tamed land. Oh, the storm tried to sink me. Oh, the dark tried to blink me. But I've got fire in my veins, and my spirit breaks the chains. 'Cause I am the captain now, standing tall on the bow. Feel the thunder shake the sea. A pirate's heart is wild and free. I'll raise my flag, I'll steal the sky. With every wave I'll rise up high. This is my legend, hear it soar. I am the roar. Tried to bury me deep in the salty sea, but I broke every chain and rose through storms of pain. With my crew at my side, we'll take this raging tide. We'll plunder fear tonight and sail to morning light. Oh, the storm tried to sink me. Oh, the dark tried to blink me. But I've got fire in my veins, and my spirit breaks the chains. 'Cause I am the captain now, standing tall on the bow. Feel the thunder shake the sea. A pirate's heart is wild and free. I'll raise my flag, I'll steal the sky. With every wave I'll rise up high. This is my legend, hear it soar. I am the roar. I am the captain now, standing tall on the bow. Feel the thunder shake the sea. A pirate's heart is wild and free. I'll raise my flag, I'll steal the sky. With every wave I'll rise up high. This is my legend, hear it soar. I am the roar. Oh. Through the tempest, through the fire, I'll fulfill my heart's desire. With every treasure in my sights, I'll own the seas, I'll own the nights. 'Cause I am the captain now, standing tall on the bow. Feel the thunder shake the sea. A pirate's heart is wild and free. I'll raise my flag, I'll steal the sky. With every wave I'll rise up high. This is my legend, hear it soar. I am the roar. 'Cause I am the captain now, standing tall on the bow. Shake the sea, a pirate's heart is wild and free. I'll raise my flag, I'll steal the sky. With every wave I'll rise up high. This is my legend, hear it soar. I am the roar. I am the roar. Yo ho, yo ho, let's raid the town. Yo ho, yo ho, we don't back down. Yo, I belong John Silver, the king of the sea. Got gold in my pockets and a crew that's mean. One wood leg, but I still stand tall. If you step too close, you gon' walk that wall. I swing my cutlass, I don't miss. If you talk that talk, you'll sleep with the fish. Got a map in my grip and a glint in my eye. We sail at dawn, let the cannons fly. Jump aboard, grab the ropes, loot the chests, sink the boats. Silver leads, we don't lose. Long John Silver coming for you. So fast, we ride the tide. Jolly Roger up, nowhere to hide. I see that fleet, time to attack. Send him to Davy, ain't coming back. I don't need no king, I make my laws. Bounty on my head, but I dodge them claws. Gold in my hold, rum in my cup. If you step to me, you suck, yup, time's up. Jump aboard, grab the ropes, loot the chests, sink the boats. Silver leads, we don't lose. Long John Silver coming for you. Jump, jump, jump. You're scared, better swim, 'cause your ship just sunk. Jump, jump, jump. Long John Silver coming for you. coming for you. Long John Silver coming for you.
Hello, buddy. How you doing? I might do a scenario day. What's everyone doing in chat? Okay, if you're in here, I'm having to leave a stream for a minute because Twitch has been a dick. I've got you still on my PC, but keep an eye on your chat. How can I do that if I can't type? Twitch has been a dick. So, TSW7, as you guys know, was announced on the 25th of August, so that was 2 days ago. I was meant to stream this yesterday. I just wasn't feeling great. Like, where the fuck am I meant to be going? I'm just going to have to wait for Twitch app to update itself. Oh, now it has. It's the same shit as before. So, nah, same old shit.
Smoking is not allowed anywhere on this station or on trains. This includes e-cigarettes and vapes. Thank you.
Hey. I technically didn't ban you, Nightbot did. So if you was banned, you wouldn't have been, you wouldn't be able to talk in chat at all. Got timed out. I don't know what you got timed out for. Oh, because you spammed the emotes in capitals, that's why.
Please
Yeah,
remember to
I know
mind
what
the
stream.
gap when boarding and alighting the train.
So it was you got timed out. I'm talking to YouTube chat, don't worry, Twitch. So when you're typing in YouTube chat, I'm just gonna call you TS6 because I'm going by your channel name. You were timed out for spamming emotes, so the skull thing. So Nightbot has a, because it's auto mod, so it has a spam protection. So what it does is anyone who does more than 3 emotes, more than 3, they get timed out. And if you already been warned for spam capitals as well, it will time you up to 15 minutes. It will time you up to 15 minutes to 30 minutes. You continue to do it past then you'll get banned from the channel. That's why it warns you.
Platform 1 will be the 0555 Southeastern, service to Strood, calling at New Hive, Snodland, calling.
That's why it did it.
Strood. This train has 3 coaches. Platform 1 for the 0555 Southeastern.
Welcome aboard the Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Maidstone Barracks, Aylesford, New Hive, Snodland, Horling, and
yeah, you're doing it fine now, but you did more than 3. So on the dovetail reaction one, I don't know which one, it could have been part 1 or part 2. There, because you did it more than 3, so you did 5, and because it already gave you a warning, that's why. Yeah, you haven't spammed now because obviously you've been given a warning. At least you've been notified what you did when you timed out. Obviously it timed out 15 minutes. I think it was before the live reaction one. So it was in part 1. I'll have to have a look at the title. Yeah, they do, just because it's a bit late early in the day. I've got YouTube and Twitch on, so I've had some people what come in and watch already. On and off. We're 15 now. My time is literally here. So where you see the live, where it says UK, that's where I'm from. And that's the live time right now. Through PC and internet. A bit of fucking
If you
shit,
see
isn't
anything
it?
suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the police.
So it's currently just after 3 p.m.
the next station is Maidstone Barracks.
So when I go live, so when I
This is British Transport.
find a clip or something, I can then go look at the time
to a member
remember
of
that
staff.
time and then go, oh, there's the clip. Because people ask me that on Twitch. Or, it's really been...
You will shortly be arriving at Maidstone Barracks. This is British
So that's all.
Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016. and
No,
we'll
that
get it
game.
sorted.
Yeah, I've heard of it,
101.
but I don't have Roblox, so...
Saved. Sorted.
Nordland, Calling, Cuxton, and Strood.
I know I can download it for PC, but it's a mod, isn't it? So it's a roleplay thing. So I only drive 377s, and so I drive these type of trains. So if they've got that in the game, I'll play it, but I doubt I will.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to
Because I've got to have enough memory for in my PC to stream everything else. Why is it doing it again?
Cuxton and Strood.
I think it's just Twitch. Maybe that's been a tit again. Oh, it's TSW6. Nice. If you saw TSW7, there's going to be a load. They're going to actually bring, if you actually watched it, I just can't wait for the UK routes. So they're going to be up north. On the Leeds line, which is pretty funny. Driving northern trains, and I think one of the people who was in part 1 and part 2 actually got it right. That they wanted, that they predicted it was going to be a up north route, and then of course I'm going to say I'm liking the look of them.
The next station is Aylesford.
But it won't be on PS4, so the new game won't be on PS4 or Xbox One. I'm getting the deluxe edition because we've seen the special. Basically, it's old content, but they're gonna remaster it to the new route. I can't be fucking new cool fucking thing. I can't be bothered. So actually, chat, I did download the line they're going to remaster, so the original line, so we're going to compare it to the new and the old. So I'm going to try and record it, so when I get the editor on board again, I'm going to write down the train number, route number, and I'm going to test the same route when they do the remaster. But obviously they're going to expand the ECML. I'm going to say I'm looking forward to it either way. And I did hit 1.3 as well. Funny enough, there's another streamer who's currently playing the same bloody lines as well. And that's funny. Am I still on 1.3? I should be. Yeah, I still am. So if you haven't already done so, guys, on YouTube, I'm still on 1.3, but I did lose a sub, unfortunately. Someone unsubbed, or they had their account terminated, whatever one it is. But yeah, if you guys want to, please feel free to drop that subscription button and the like and everything else, what I always ask you guys, because then that way you get to never miss a live stream at all or an upload. Currently right now I do have a short popping off, and that's got what, 100, it won't answer you. So if you haven't already done so, even if you've got, I don't recommend doing, you've got another channel, because if you've got more than one channel you can always help me out that way, but I don't recommend it. Shouldn't be saying that, but oh well, fuck it. But if you're watching this on Twitch, however, if we can get over 500, so by the time, shall we say, the new TSW comes out, so next month, like in less than 9 days, will be 7, no, more than 7. So it's more than a week, so I think it's 8 days left. Well, it will be 9 now.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton and Strood.
So what I did before this train I put into service, I had to, the one what was before, I took it out, it was technically taken out of service, to swing around to put back into platform 1, so it was on platform 2. Because I started at platform 2 and then put it, nah, they don't think of that, do they? I have to have my friend's stream on. So you can talk to each other if you want to in chat, if you really have to.
The next station is New Hythe. We will shortly be arriving at New Hythe. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood.
Do you just notice this game's so quiet?
The next station. We will shortly be arriving at Snodland. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Horling, Cuxton, and Strood. The next station is Horling. We will shortly be arriving at Horling. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Cuxton and Strood. The next station is Cuxton. We will shortly be arriving at Cuxton. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood. The next station is Strood.
Hey Mark, how you doing? It says it automatically when you put a line. It says it in case I don't see it. You had work today, did you? Already dressed knackered? Ah, yeah. I had it off. I got up though. Back at work tomorrow. And I work all the way from Friday to Monday, not day off. How's everyone doing in chat on both YouTube and Twitch? Or Twitch, YouTube, whatever you're in.
We will shortly be arriving at Strood. Please check that you have all your personal belongings with you when leaving the train, and keep them with you at all times whilst on the station. If you see anything suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the police.
That's the problem with banks. They think for everyone who does fraud nowadays. I keep getting reminders like through email because they have my email. So I don't be vigilant around fraud. I'm like, I already know this shit. Oh, you got that one instead. I thought you already got the deluxe. There's no point getting the ultimate. If you've already got the DLC, but I looked into it further, it's just the same DLC from previous, but it's just upgrading the core. But I'm still debating whether to get the deluxe or that one. But you can always,
This is
I
Strood.
think,
This train terminates here. All change. Please ensure you
Get
take
up,
all
bro,
your
get up,
personal
I'm
belongings
sure.
with you when leaving the train.
is that ultimate, isn't it? Ah, fishbowl here. Is that its nickname? Didn't know that. Right, I'm going to look at timetable. Is it ultimate? No. Oh, that's a fucking shit thing. That's crap. So if you don't want... Oh, I've changed it now, though. Told you, they will delay it. Top 70 fucking 7 there. Ace, Paul. I'll make you drop this stuff. Ultimate. I think it's to optimize. Release. Previous TSW they feature plan and change for the original release might not be used. Yeah, we already know that. You still get the train what you're after. For TSW6 on deluxe. No, so that.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Beltring, Yalding, Wateringbury, East Farley, Maidstone West, Maidstone Barracks, Aylesford, New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood.
Oh no. Those who have watched Transformers, voice actor of Optimus Prime has just passed away. What the fuck? Oh shit. Fucking. Oh shit.
The next station is Beltring. This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016.
Was someone in chat? So in this stream, you'll see not just Medway Valley, you'll see different streams.
We will shortly be arriving at Beltring. Would customers please take care when alighting the train? This station has a narrow platform. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Yalding, Wateringbury, East Farley, Maidstone West, Maidstone Barracks, Aylesford, New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood. next station is Yalding. We will shortly be arriving at Yalding.
I'm an idiot, don't worry.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Wateringbury, East Farley, Maidstone West, Maidstone Barracks, Aylesford, New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood. The next station is Wateringbury. shortly be arriving at Wateringbury. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at East Farley, Maidstone West, Maidstone Barracks, Aylesford, New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood. The next station is East Farley. This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016. See it, say it, sorted. will shortly be arriving at East Farley.
Whoops.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Maidstone West, Maidstone Barracks, Aylesford, New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood. The next station is Maidstone West. We will shortly be arriving at Maidstone West.
Oh, you should bring it down then.
aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Maidstone Barracks, Aylesford, New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood.
Ah, cheers. Really thought they didn't need to. I'll push sure anyway.
3 coaches. Platform 1 for the 0759 Southeastern. Service to Strood. Please stay behind the yellow line at all times. Staff may approach you if you are not in a position of safety. Thank you.
A lot of death this week. Oh, another one's gone. Fuck. Pardon?
The next station is Maidstone Barracks. We will shortly be arriving at Maidstone Barracks. Port Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016. See it, say it, sorted. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Aylesford, New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood.
Everyone's doing well. Right.
The The next station is Aylesford.
I'm thinking, Chuck, should I do a face cam stream next one?
We will shortly be arriving at Aylesford. Board this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at New Hythe, Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood. station is New Hythe. We will shortly be arriving at New Hythe. This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016. See it, say it, sorted. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Snodland, Horling, Cuxton, and Strood. The next station is Snodland. We will shortly be arriving at Snodland. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Horling, Cuxton and Strood. The next station is Horling. We will shortly be arriving at Horling. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood, calling at Cuxton and Strood. The next station is Cuxton. shortly be arriving at Cuxton. This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016. See it, say it, sorted. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Strood. The next station is Strood. Will shortly be arriving at Strood. Please check that you have all your personal belongings with you when leaving the train. and keep them with you at all times whilst on the station. If you see anything suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the police. This is Strood. This train terminates here. All change. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings with you when leaving the train.
Please remember to mind the gap when boarding and alighting the train.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Just is it? How's everyone doing it, Chuck? Just got to wait around. After this train, I'll probably go to different DLC, probably. Or I might, no, yeah, I was going to do some,
Southeastern. Service to Faversham. Calling at Rochester.
oh, yeah. Rather just, appreciate it, ain't told me who. I'll have to have a look on Streamlabs itself.
The next station is Cuxton.
Yeah. Appreciate the description on YouTube.
shortly be arriving at Cuxton.
Remember, if you're still there, thanks for the mod. I didn't need to.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Paddock Wood, calling at Horling, Snodland, New Hythe, Aylesford, Maidstone Barracks, Maidstone West, East Farley, Wateringbury, Yalding, Beltring, and Paddock Wood.
Did you?
The next station is Horling.
I thought we were. Good idea. Okay, no worries.
We will shortly be arriving at Horling.
Train's low.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Paddock Wood, calling at Snodland, New Hythe, Aylesford, Maidstone Barracks, Maidstone West, East Farley, Wateringbury, Yulding, Beltring, and Paddock Wood. The next station is Snodland. Shortly be arriving at Snodland. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Aylesford, Maidstone Barracks, Maidstone West, East Farley, Wateringbury, Yulding, Beltring, and Paddock Wood. The next station is New Hythe. We will shortly be arriving at New Hythe. This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted.
Paddock.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Paddock Wood, calling at Aylesford, Maidstone Barracks, Maidstone West, East Farley, Wateringbury, Yulding, Beltring and Paddock Wood. The next station is Aylesford. Shortly be arriving at Aylesford. This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 6. Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Paddock Wood, calling at Maidstone Barracks, Maidstone West, East Farley, Wateringbury, Yulding, Beltring and Paddock Wood.
Someone in chat.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Paddock Wood, calling at Maidstone West, East Farley, Wateringbury, Yalding, Beltring and Paddock Wood. The next station is Maidstone West.
I'm gonna say it'd be a good idea. I'm like, you're gonna see new content on this channel next month. So next week, yeah, next month, literally September's literally next week. It's on Tuesday.
We will shortly be arriving at Maidstone West.
So from the 10th of September it'll be TSW7. So this will be phased out on the 9th. So the last ever TSW6 stream will be on the 9th. I might stream on YouTube one day.
Southeastern service to Paddock Wood.
Guys won't bother me, that is.
East Farley, Wateringbury, Yalding.
It's been alright.
and
My dad
Paddock
work,
Wood.
so they're delayed. So I was lazy this morning. Said about what's happening in the park in a minute. But other than that, I'm disgusted with some of my shops near my local stores though. Maybe my local, as you call it, grocery store. I call it supermarket. They've got festive stuff. I'm gonna say it. It's a bit of, it sound. I've went through his channel. I wasn't impressed. See, I could have done a statement saying stuff, but I just really can't
The
be
next
bothered.
station is East Farley.
I went through his channel, I wanted to type, but I went... Best not to. The thing for you to do is just ignore him. Yeah, best thing to do is think about your content, to be honest, don't they? That idiot. Because I saw his subscriber count and just laughed. He shot himself in the foot, didn't he? If you want chat, I could get face cam up, but I have to be after dinner. I'm going to have about half-hour break.
We will shortly be arriving at East Farley.
Yeah, I know. Also, Tim Curry passed away as well. I don't partners, we do have a music over here as well. And the voice actor for Optimus Prime passed away today. So I can stop the train.
Welcome aboard
It's a
the
shame,
Southeastern service to
but you just got to think of it this way. She's had a good life. She's inspired a load of people. She's got a load of fans, and she was around when she passed. She had her own, all the family around her. Not many people get that option. That she's made her money doing what she loved. She's inspired millions and millions of fans. She got far where she wanted to go, so I'm going to say it. I have got a few of her songs downloaded on my iTunes, so 9 to 5 is one of them. Which is very accurate. But my mum works 9 to 5 to job and all that lot, so just I'm gonna say it's the same with Tim Curry. I've watched most of his stuff for years. He's actually an English actor and he is in Los Angeles. Talented actor, Tim Curry. He was in Home Alone. He's one of them. He was in the Rocky Horror Show as well. He was in Star Wars, the animated series, so the 2008 one. he voiced Darth Sidious for a bit. So he's done a lot of good work. Yeah, exactly. She was trained by family members who loved her. She's an icon in the music industry, so she's well known. Like a lot of actors and celebrities and stuff, they're well known. But I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say she earned her money, didn't she? She done what she loved the most. She entertained people because that was her passion. I've not met her personally, but she seemed lovely on the videos I've seen lately. And I'm gonna make that as a. So I'm gonna say it. Yeah, I've seen it all on social media. It's like just think of it this way. She's done a very good job. She's earned her money. She's done what she wanted to do. She's had a happy life, hasn't she? Anyway, I'm just going to post something on DGT's Discord. Like, that's plutonium. I don't want that. Fuck off. Lucky you ain't seen what I'm going to be posting. But I'm going to say it. It is a shame when people do pass away. I know it brings streams down and stuff, talking about it. But you got to remember, a lot of people don't have that option where they are on their own. Why the fuck is my Discord not muted? Fuck are you doing, Discord? What the fuck is it? It's a rail. It's the rail shot competition. I want to see if I have. I'll load it then. So I've got to. Contest for August conditional rules. Please refer to one entry per theme. Make sure your screenshots haven't been edited or the tools. But you might be able to use in-game photo mode to edit them. Contest the rules. Will be 2 winners. All winners will be featuring. Last entry is 31st. So that's next week. Like including the name, route, and photo mode channel is not linked to this competition. Alright, so I need to jump to present. So I need to do. I don't know if it's going to work, but it has got rain on it. I'm gonna double check before I upload it because I don't want to fuck it up. Does it show it's got rain on there? What one looks better? Let's see. That one looks better. So the first one. Oh, that's cool. I've just got to make sure no one's used the train what I'm using. Alright, that's sick. Oh, actually, I won't enter it because there's no point. So there's a load of this, so... Apparently a trailer for TSW6 comes out. Another one! Fucking hell! This week has been awful. I don't know who Samuel Online Jr. is. He's known for his role in Menace to Society. Has passed away at the age of 52. TMZ has reported. Fucking hell. The fuck? Don't even know who he is.
We will shortly be
Literally,
arriving.
this week we have lost our people. Fuck hell. What the fuck? It was like 34, wasn't it? Don't mind me. Does that look good? Or am I having that trouble? It looks like it is raining.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Paddock Wood, calling at Yalden, Beltring, and Paddock Wood.
So what are you up to today then, Windy?
The next station is Yalding.
Oh, that's not good then.
We will shortly be arriving at Yalding.
Ah.
Welcome aboard the Southeastern service to Paddock Wood, calling at Beltring and Paddock Wood. The next station is Beltring.
I always do. Stuff it straight to YouTube.
Shortly be arriving at Beltring. Would customers please take care when alighting the train? This station has a narrow platform.
Probably.
Welcome aboard this Southeastern service to Paddock Wood.
Well, that just blocks you, one of the two. There's literally a road map in half hour, so I might react to that. Do you guys want to see that?
The next station is Paddock Wood.
I did a live reaction the other day. Tuesday. I wasn't happy at the times, but it's only a road map, but I can react to it live on air. Ah, so you're being forced to move. So over here it's called a compulsory purchase order. So the government could just force your land, your residence to be sold.
Be arriving at Paddock Wood. Please check that you have all your personal belongings with you when leaving the train, and keep them with you.
Shame when it happens, but I just want to probably move on.
If you see anything suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the police.
Yeah, that's the problem. So I've got to find alternate housing for you. If it's rent, like council rented. Well, that's a lot difficult to rent over there. This is paid up wood. This line comes out from London Charing Cross, goes to London, like to London Charing Cross. So it's like a public landlord then. I mean, the road map's about an hour long.
This is Paddock Wood. This train terminates here. All change. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings with you when leaving the train.
I can't get the new bloody Star Wars game. I can't afford it. I'm pissed. Actually, I'm going to open the doors because my people might want to. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me, door. Did I tell you? Good. Probably a bit more way of relocators. Well, I'm gonna send you. You can't get on board, doofus. Oh. Oh. Why'd the bloody train go past? Yeah, so that way's the Tunbridge and that going to London Charing Cross. And there that will go towards like Ashford. So yeah, that's true. What I might do is so you guys can see. Got a long ass wait.
For safety reasons, e-scooters are banned from the
I'm
railway.
just gonna get
This includes on trains
change the
and at
t-shirt.
stations. Please travel
Already
without them.
stuff ready to do me face cam and stuff, so you'll just see this. I won't be long. Moderators, while I'm sorting myself out, can you keep an eye on chats on both platforms, please? That is true.
Platform
I live in a coastal town, so it's not as bad.
4009 27 Southeastern. Service to Ramsgate. Calling at Marden, Staplehurst, Headcorn, Plutley, Ashford International, Y, Chilham, Chatham, Canterbury West, Surrey, Minster, Thanet Parkway, and Ramsgate. This train has 8 coaches. Platform 2 for the 0927 Southeastern. Service to Ramsgate. For safety reasons, e-scooters are banned from the railway. This includes on trains and at stations.
That is true.
Travel without them. Platform 1 for the 0929 Southeastern. Service to London Charing Cross. Calling at Ambridge, Sevenoaks, London Bridge, London Waterloo East, and London Charing Cross.
Huh.
This train has 8 coaches. Platform 1 for the 0929 Southeastern. Service to London Charing Cross.
Guys want reaction, a lot of reaction. Actually, I'll get tea and coffee, whatever you drink. clicked off the... What I'll do is I'll stop gameplay. It gets down to 10 minutes. Actually, I might scrap this service and we just do some so TSW7's roadmap will be out in less than 19 minutes. It'll be 18 minutes odd. But I'll scrap it. We are free roam, so I'm not going to be able to. So we're just going to chill for a bit, I think. While I'm waiting, I'm probably going to eat. Oh, I found a little buzzard. I'm going to play. Right, I'm going to turn this down. What am I doing? I'm looking at that, you stupid bastard. What I might do is just some of this. Oh, I don't want this one. That just looks shit. So I've got a few trends I'm going to do. So I've downloaded that one again. That one and that one. Just got to wait now. Will it be on Twitch? Yeah, they're fair on live on both, so I'm just going to watch it on Twitch, but I'm going to copy. But I'm going to go on break quickly. I'm going to go and get my dinner, so I won't be long. Who's looking forward to the new TS roadmap? I've got my dinner ready. Just bear with me. It's gone live now. So that you know I'm serious. That's their current stream, by the way. Don't worry, I knew what you meant. buddy. There you go, you can see my face. Let's see what they're going to say in the roadmap, shall we? No, it's TSW7. Could be like a core route. Hopefully it won't be long. Oh, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone. Where's Matt gone?
It's Alex.
Hello.
And it's Matt. His camera's
Welcome
blurry.
to the Train Sim World roadmap. I'm going to try and make sure Matt doesn't disappear. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Welcome into the stream. Make sure you let us know how the audio levels are sounding. But it's a very special stream today because it's the first Train Sim World 7 roadmap. And of course, we're joined by our regular host, but very special guest, the wonderful Mr. Matt Pendleton. How are you doing tonight, Matt?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Alex. I've got my my trusty TSW7 t-shirt on.
Train Sim World 7 t-shirts. There it is.
You are.
Let me check the chat. I think if I open this, you'll go away for a second, but then you'll be right back. Hello. Yes, we can all hear us feeling excited. Welcome in, everyone. If this is your first time tuning in to a Train Sim World roadmap, then, well, firstly, welcome in, because you're very much appreciated. We're going to be streaming for a little while, and we're going to be talking about every single thing that we've announced over the last couple of days, from Train Sim World 7 through the Dovetail Direct, through all the awesome new add-ons that are coming.
Which you can
it's
still
brilliant,
watch,
it's an
by the way.
exciting, it's an amazing time. If you're a Trains fan, or if you're just excited to just jump into the rails and have some fun. Matt, just before we dive into everything, is there anything you want to open with?
I just want to say big thank you to everybody for all of the response that we've seen to the the announce that we did. It was really good fun, watching what everyone was talking about during the process of the announce. It's quite unusual this year. And I just want to say big thank you.
Was really good.
I've been seeing some of the stuff that you've all been saying, and it's very much appreciated.
I can't get over it.
And yeah, sorry folks, I just turned off my light as well because I realised I was like practically nuclear. We're not leaking GTA 6 tonight. There is a Train Sim World 7. Who's that? Tim. You gotta check out the Dovetail. That's what you're here for. Well, you're in the right place. We're gonna tell you all about it. We don't have more of these t-shirts, as I know. And can I just say as well, someone in the chat said thank you for the IC4. It is so wonderful that when we announced Train Sim World 6 a year ago, there were so many people requesting and hoping for the IC4 for it to come this year with Train Sim World 7. So I'm hoping that you're all loving it. We're going to go through all of the core content. We're going to talk about it. We're going to tell you some more details. But can I just say, the Dovetail Direct that we recently had, so that was a couple days ago, huge announcement show that we usually do every year. And we talked a lot about Train Sim World 7, as also some awesome updates and new DLC announced for Thomas and Friends Wonders of Sodor. Can I just say, it was our biggest show yet. We just about kind of touched into the 10,000 viewers watching live, which is insane. And as a little bonus note, and again, I'll just caveat these numbers are generally quite rough, but we had over 100 million people seeing something about Train Sim World 7. 100 million people. So we call that reach, like audience, basically just people that were seeing things about it. And one of the big things that helped get to that point was obviously Train Sim World 7 was announced on Gamescom in opening night live, which was an awesome, just an amazing project to get Train Sim World in. I think we were the second trailer when the pre-show started off. So if you saw it on Gamescom, that's brilliant. And if you were one of the community members that were hanging out and wondering, hold up a minute, I'm seeing the store pages, I'm seeing Train Sim World 7, I'm checking Dovetail Social, but they've not said anything. There was a weird window of 30 or so minutes where we've announced Train Sim World 7, but we kind of hadn't. And that was simply just because we were on Gamescom. So if you saw us on Gamescom, they're brilliant. If you're wondering why that happened, it's partly because of Gamescom. Not their fault. We're just extremely excited to be involved. And ultimately, it's been a brilliant time to announce the game. So
I'm going to say,
there we go. But anyway, super excited. If you haven't checked out our Dovetail Direct, there's some really fun, weird animations. It's a brilliant production this year. Check it out. It's on the YouTube channel. I think it's just passing about 100,000 views, which is also just amazing. And huge props to the team because that was truly a labor of love.
I don't.
But if you haven't seen it, that's okay. And if you have, well, we're going to be talking about everything in it anyway. So I'm going to switch over to some of our incredible graphics. We're going to just get rolling. We've got a lot to talk about tonight. We're going to start with Train Sim World 7. We're going to move into the Train Sim World roadmap. There are so many add-ons. We announced over 12 new add-ons. And then also we continued the conversation with about another 15 or 20 of them. So there's a lot to cover. So we're going to get started and we're going to talk about all the exciting new things that you can see. Now, this is a roadmap stream, but before we do that, I want to just plug the Dovetail Games Discord. And the image is a little old, but don't worry about it. If you haven't joined one of our biggest growing community spaces, you can for free. Discord, if you use it, then great. If you haven't, then why not jump in? Because it's completely free. And we share all of our news, all of our articles, all of our communication through there. And there's over 12,000 people in a Discord now, which is insane.
Part of it.
But the link's at the top of the screen, discord.gg/Dovetail Games. Go ahead and join. And get involved, because you'll find myself and you'll find people like Matt Ped, as well as all of our team in there, engaging and interacting and answering your questions as well. But we're here for a roadmap, so there's a roadmap on screen. Now, this was made with love from various people, and we actually added in a couple extra notes for the Class 70 and the Medway Line extension. I know some of you are watching right now who are asking, where have they been? They're on the roadmap now. I apologize. There was a couple of amendments we had to add on, but it's just because there's so much on it, and I hope you can appreciate that there is a ridiculous amount of content coming soon, and I hope there's something for everyone here, whether you're looking for the first time to go to Japan with the Tadami Line, first time to go to Portugal with the Lisbon Setúbal, or you're just looking for anything new for the UK, for Germany, for Austria, or Romania. Is anyone a Romanian fan? There's a lot of stuff on this roadmap. So take in the glory while it's on screen, but don't worry, again, we're going to dive through all of this as we go. Why don't we talk a little bit about Train Sim World 7? Okay. So Train Sim World 7 is the latest in the Train Sim World series. It is releasing on September 15th. Now, you may think to yourself, that's not even that far away. Of course it isn't. But it's releasing on September 10th as well if you pre-order our Deluxe or Ultimate Edition. So we have some wonderful editions and they come with various content. And you can pre-order all of those editions right now on console and on PC. So that's Steam, Epic Games, on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X. And if you do pre-order them, you get a wonderful 10% discount. So take a look at that if you're interested, but we're here to dive into all of the specific details, all of the routes, all of the information that we can. So if you want to find that information out, you can do that. We have articles, we have FAQs, we have all those bits, but if you're watching, you want to just hear about the good stuff. So we're going to start in the UK. We're going to start home turf with the newest UK route coming in Train Sim World 7. It's the Airedale and Wharfdale network. Leeds and Bradford to Skipton and Ilkley. I'm just going to pause on this wonderful graphic, and we have some truly wonderful images to show you today. And this is really a summary of what's to come. And again, a little spoiler for some of the deluxe content we're going to be talking about in a minute. But for this route, you're going to be heading to the north of England, and you're going to be going through commuter hills of Yorkshire aboard Northern traction. So we have the Northern Class 331, as well as included in this route will come the LNER Class 801, as well as the Class 66 and the Limestone Hopper wagons. So you've got a lot there. You've got a network route. It's about 54 miles of track with 19 stations. And the best part is you're just going to be bouncing from one of these different endpoints to the next. And as you can see on this next image here, we've got a bit of a route map. Just look at that. You've got so much track to explore. I think you're going to have a lot of fun and a lot of gameplay here. Now, Matt, actually, as we still talk about gameplay, I think you've been hands-on with this a lot more than I have. What are you feeling about the Airedale and Wharfdale network?
I mean, this is, I put it simply, I love this route to bits. The scenery is spectacular. And I like how you go from like the busy bit in Leeds, with very city. By the time you get up to Skipton, it's looking like the Southland Carlisle line, some of the most beautiful countryside in the UK. But obviously you've got Bradford, you've got Ilkley, you've got this whole network where you've got different things going on. At Shipley, you've got the Triangle Station. But above and beyond all of that, you've then got these extra bits, which we quite often don't get to, which is one of the things I'm really happy here. So east of Leeds, you've got Neville Hill Depot, and then you've got Hunslet, the freight terminal there. And then north of Skipton, you've got Rillstone freight terminal as well, which means that it's 66 is going to be very, very busy, running up and down the line. Doing stuff, and the operations are quite interesting. They go from Rillstone to Skipton, run around, then run down to Neville Hill, run around, and then go down into to Hunslet. So it's brilliant. It really is. There's so much variety, and layers of traffic and so forth. And the HYA wagon, as you can see in some of these screenshots, has got 2 different color variants, livery variants as well. So it's I am playing a lot of this route, and I can imagine myself playing a lot more of this route to Khan. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I'll just roll some of the screenshots that we've got, that we've shared in our roadmap on some of our store assets as well. Like I said, you can actually watch some clips of gameplay from our Dovetail Direct and some of the videos that we'll be sharing over the next few days as well. Yeah, so be sure to look out for that if you haven't already caught it. But some truly wonderful images, and again, I think the thing that I'll highlight on this route especially, but also all of the Train Sim World core content, is that there's a lot that you get included. And starting off, I mean, we've got the 331, the 801 LNER that you see here, as well as the Class 66, as well as a new the HYA wagon that you mentioned there. I think it's just on the left of this window, peeking in. There's a lot included with that, and on top of it, if you want to read more about the layers in our FAQs, you can do. But the layers also go really well with this route. You've got the Northern BR Class 333 that will layer on. You've got the Class 158 Northern, which will layer on, and you've also got additional AI services, rail tours, the railhead treatment train, additional freight, and much more. So it is going to be a busy route, and I think it's really going to bring a lot of your UK collections that you've been building in. And it should just be a wonderful experience.
From the UK, so I'm going to drive more.
But yeah, Matt, I'm going to move over to the 333. Is there anything you want to touch on with the 331? I mean, what's so special about this train?
I mean, the 331 is a different manufacturer, actually, that we've never had a train from CAF in the game before. So the 331 is interesting. It's a really fun one to drive because it's quite responsive. And obviously, but this train, even more so than the 333, has got the full width cab and driving from the centre position. So you get a really nice view of everything that's going on. So, and if I remember rightly, I think it comes in the 3 and the 4 car versions as well. So
I'll have a look later. I'm reacting to this.
Like I said, I'm driving a lot of the 331 and the 333.
We'll be having
and they've both got different, different quirks about them as well with how they go on. 331 they're both single handle power brake controller trains, but there's a quirk we'll get to on the 333 in a minute, which is really fun. But yeah, 331 it's just a nice, fun, responsive train. You can throw it about a bit.
We've been teasing a little bit, but let's see.
I'll be eating dinner.
And we had a lot of jokes about this in the direct, about it looking a bit fishbowl-like and it looking a bit odd. I just think it looks really iconic. I think it stands out a lot compared to the 331. But of course, if you've not seen this before, this is a staple, especially for this network route that you're getting. This is a very iconic commuter unit that you can find on the route doing Skipton shuttles or Bradford-bound runs and Ilkley local runs as well. And of course, it's going to have suspension. I've seen a few people ask questions about onboard announcements. Of course, that'll be included, suspension as well. But yeah, this is truly quite an interesting looking train. And I would say, for me, I think having that interesting kind of appeal from the front end of it for a UK train, I think that's quite fun. And then we got a little graphic here about everything including the route as well. So Matt, go on, tell me what's so special about the 333? I think you had a little bit of a clue there to what you were talking about.
Well, the interesting thing with the 333 is it's about when you want to open the doors, and this will catch you out every single time until you get used to it. In this train, the reverse has to be neutral for you to open the doors.
Train.
Most other trains don't have that. It doesn't matter what
the 333.
But this one, the doors physically will not open. Don't worry, we've added a driver assist if you need reminding of that. So yeah, that's really interesting. There's also when I was driving it reminded me so much of driving the 465.
The US route you'd probably be interested in
as well. So. And the cab is harks back to that too. So it's again, this one's fun. It sounds different. It behaves different. It's another good one.
Yeah, I'm just throwing an answer to, I think, a question we see come up quite a bit. Of course, this is a deluxe loco. So if you pick up the Airedale and Wharfdale network in standard edition, you would need to pick up the Class 333. But if you pick up deluxe edition, you get all of this included, as well as the routes we're going to talk about in a moment. But if you want to pick this up individually, you can as well. From launch on the 15th, but you can do that.
Ultimate.
So I hope you're really excited. Again, we have a lot more to cover. So I'm going to touch on the US side of things, and there's some really exciting stuff there. But like I said, dive through our articles, FAQs. We have a lot that you can explore on our website, our fancy new website, I will admit, because we've updated it recently too. But I'm really excited for the 333. I think people have been spamming Fishbowl in the chat as well, which I think is really fun. So I think for UK players, I've seen some really great feedback, and I can't wait to get this in your hands. But
yeah, I do.
We've got somewhere that we need to go to, somewhere that we haven't been in before in Train Sim World, somewhere highly requested.
Content creators
it's Florida with Tri-Rail Miami. This is the Miami Airport to Boca Raton route. And I'm going to, again, pause so we can look at this wonderful graphic. And we've got the GP49 there as well. But you're going to be getting all aboard for the Sunshine State of Florida for the first time in TSW. You've got Tri-Rail as well. What an absolutely iconic brand to have in Train Sim World. Wonderful liveries to have in the game as well. I think they just look incredible. They really stand out against a lot of other US content I've seen with the blues, with the trees. They look wonderful. They look amazing under the sun. And you're going to also be getting some CSX power as well. And then you're going to be driving between South Florida from the Miami airport through Fort Lauderdale and then to Boca Raton. So we've got a picture of the route map. Now, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think you've got a little bit of a sweet tooth towards the US kind of content. Tell me about what's special with this.
About here.
I mean, so the thing for me with the Florida route, and I was really happy with being able to get Tri-Rail in the game. We've actually tried in the past, and I don't know if anyone remembers on TS Classic when we did the Miami route on that one. It's unbranded, so we were able to work with Tri-Rail, and not only were they nowadays they were happy to.
So they've got
the game.
that there. So you'll
they
see
welcomed
on
the team with open arms.
Right.
I think that normally, with one operator in particular in the past, I think from requesting a reference trip to getting the reference trip, I think was 3 years. With Tri-Rail, when we said, look, can we get a reference trip there? And they basically said, yeah, you can come next week if you want.
Oh, I've got some photos of that as well. Let me put that on
fucking
screen.
Hell.
Yeah, so we were able to get out there, and not only that, because they don't really run the GP49s lots at the moment. And so, so it was kind of like, well, can we see if we can get the GP49 so that we can get reference on it as well?
That's when they went there. Of them,
if I remember rightly. So the team were out there. They got that. They got the BL36. They got the GP49, and lots more. So it's kind of they really rolled the red carpet out for the team. Helped them so much. Gave them access to anything they wanted access to. It was fantastic. The team had, I think, 2 weeks out in Florida, which was terrible. I think actually it was the coldest Florida had been in a long time. It was really ironic. They went from the UK to Florida being super cold, and then came back to it being nice and warm in the UK again. It was quite a trip. But yeah, no, they got lots of really good reference, lots of really good access. Including to the
in the description
to
as well,
to the engineers and operators as well. So they've got lots of questions answered about these things. So couldn't get better access, to be honest. So yeah, I want a big shout out to Tri-Rail for all the help they've given us in getting this. Is what levels the whole thing up, to be honest. Yeah, so when it comes to the stock in this one, we were able to get the F40PH in 2 liveries, the BL36 in 2 liveries, the Rotems in 2 liveries, which just kind of represents the vast majority of the stock on the line. And then obviously in the deluxe there, you've got the GP49. Now the GP49, I hadn't really appreciated this, but that makes sense once the audio team explained it to me. It's a rattly train. It's an old.
You'll probably know this more than I will.
Because I was saying, what's this horrendous noise in the cab? You fix it, and they're like, I'm not fixing it, there's nothing wrong. Basically, when they were recording this thing, they had to hold panels down to try and minimize the alligators. It was brilliant, and that there's a number of other features and facets of these trains that they were able to capture in the audio that might sound not normal or not how you might expect it, but they're there intentionally.
Don't worry, chat. I will be playing these.
We're recording.
I might get the deluxe.
Yeah, huge shout
out. I want to get all these trains.
That's just come up on mine.
So you guys get to see more US, more UK, more German. You guys see UK more.
Because down in the southern part of this route, there's got a lot.
But I just like the look of it.
So we put the Duramax Rockhopper in. As well.
I expect them the fucking New York trains. They look
fucking
like
a unique thing that goes
on the
southern part of the route. So yeah, there's tons of variety, lots of different trains with lots of different driving characteristics. The BL36 is the modern super train. It's all the mod cons. And then you've got
Yeah,
the
they've been
F40 somewhere in
because
the
they're
middle, and the
not doing
GP49
releasing
is
it to
your old classic rally
PS4
train.
and Xbox One.
So
Only releasing it
it's
to current
scenery is fabulous.
PCs
I mean, I really
and
love Florida.
current
My
PS5
father-in-law
and
lived in
Xbox
Florida until
Series.
Hurricane Charlie encouraged him to move to Tennessee. So it's,
I know you can't see that,
it's a
but it
magical
says
place,
standard.
and I love how the team have recreated
With
it. Sorry, I
standard.
could talk about this really.
It
No,
is
it's
a
all
bit
good.
bright. Don't know if you
I
can
think
see
the
it.
thing that I really love seeing again is like I
wanna
see Cleveland
try-
in the
was
chat as
gonna
well.
move it down
Could have
here,
added
but
the
you
rattling
still
noise.
might be able to see
Definitely take a look at. We've got an extract in our Dovetail Direct where you can kind of jump to the timestamp, and we've got an interview with our audio team
What I'll do is
in
I'll
our
post the
roadmap and in
Dovetail
our
Direct. You can have a
recent
look at the
articles from
gameplay
the
yourself,
Introducing
as I
Train
said.
Squad 7 article. Take a read. They had such a blast being there in person, really getting that authentic audio through, and they've got that rattly feeling, and they've really just added that level of immersion. And can I just add as well, I'll go back to some of the images as they cycle through. One of the coolest things that they talk about adding to this route, and it's a very special feature, is that we've got passenger announcements, which should be expected, and they sound brilliant. But we've got them in English and in Spanish and in Haitian Creole. So that is true to life. In real life, you get it in the 3 languages, but we've got that in Train Sim World as well because they wanted to go that distance. So you're getting a very much a true audio authentic experience, I think, with this one. And I think, Matt, you said it exactly. Included in this route is a lot of stock. Okay, you're getting the BL36PH, which is the new loco in the Tri-Rail Palm Tree and the dark blue liveries. You're getting the F40PH-3C, that's a diesel loco, but you're getting that in the Tri-Rail dark blue. You're getting a Rotom cars and a cab car in the Tri-Rail Palm Tree and the dark blue. You're getting the SD40-2 and the GP38-2 in their CSX liveries. You're also getting the Duramax Rock Hopper. And if you get Deluxe Edition, you're getting the Tri-Rail GP49-3 as well. And there's additional layers you can also get. I think there's an inspection train service that uses the Amtrak X Metroliner cab car from New York Trenton.
That one's a trip, yeah.
Ooh.
So I'm looking forward to you all getting your hands on that as well. And then there's additional freight cars as well. There is so much that layers in, and there's so much that comes with the base route on this. So I think, I really hope that US fans are going to be excited about this one. It's a trip to Florida. It's a great route. It should be busy. It should be fun, but it also is packed full of everything that you could want. What a trip! And again, it's colours.
You mentioned the announcements, and that's actually a really good additional shout. Is the teams have been working really hard on not just recreating like the languages and so forth, because we had to extend the announcement system to cope with multiple languages for this. But the actual announcements themselves are the original announcements that are on the stations. We got them sent over from the people that run the passenger information systems themselves. So those are not just recreations of them, they are the actual announcements on those systems. And we also worked with LNER and Northern on the Airedale route, and those are original announcements as well, not just recreations. So we're trying to see where we can try and extend and get real, actual announcements from the people who make those.
Our reaction was more.
And I think, again, it just shows, like, if we can get that access, the team is so passionate to get this right. I really hope you will enjoy it when you can try it. When does this release? Leaf Loving Man, September 15th is our official launch date. You can pre-order now. And if you do pre-order Deluxe Edition, you can get it from September 10th. And you should probably expect to see a lot of content on September 10th because all of our ambassadors and creators will be getting it soon enough. So hopefully that looks good. And I think we saw someone as well there saying, it was a trackside. Yeah, it looks great. You're a local down in Miami. Well, tell us how it is if you get a chance to get into the route as well. So thank you for that. But hopefully that should be really bringing a great immersion and a really great experience, I think, for US fans. We're obviously missing one of our key regions, Germany. I saw someone talking about this route. They called it Nubu, which I really liked. So that's the name on my outliner. Nuremberg to Würzburg is the official name. And again, if you're talking about included stock, let me just pause on this image here. You're getting a lot in this one. And obviously, I'm not going to mention the elephant in the room, the IC4. I imagine it lightly. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in a minute. Let's talk a little bit about Nuremberg-Würzburg as a route,
So
though.
you can see
And again, look at that stock. In this route, you're going to be getting a really wonderful and very scenic trip through the low peaks of Bavaria. But it's also a long distance, 100+ kilometer route with 19 stations, speedy regional services through valleys and continental commuter units, as well as ICE traffic. No spoilers. I mean, it's on the screen. I mean, what can I do at this point? But it'll be a sprint from city to city. And I think the thing is, you're going to get the new DBBR 440, but also the DBBR 442 in the Nuremberg S-Bahn configuration. You'll get the DBBR 401 IC1, again, included with the route, as well as the BR 193 Vectron. That is 4 trains. One of them's brand new. And then again, if you're picking up Deluxe Edition, I'm going to say, you're going to get the IC4. Who has been asking for this? You better put your hand up in chat, because I think most of you have been. I don't want to see IC5. You've just got the 4, okay? But let me show some screenshots of this. Matt, tell me from the route side of things, what are players going to enjoy most about this?
So you've got, I think you have a map there up at the moment. So one of the great things that certainly when we spoke to ambassadors, we started talking to them about this, they were quite excited by how much of Nuremberg we brought in. So that includes, you see down in the bottom there, that it's kind of there's this big cluster of track, including the Nuremberg RBF, freight yard as well, Rangerbahnhof, and then heading west from Nuremberg via Fürth and all the way over to Würzburg. It's a really interesting drive. It's it's curves and up gradients all over the place. So this is not a high speed line. But it's got a good range of traffic from ICTs to IC1s, IC4s, all sorts of things running up. But intermixed with that, you've got your S-Bahns, your Region Express, Regional Bahns, and all sorts of things, and along with a reasonably good spread of freight in there as well, because obviously you've got Fürth has got a massive freight yard. Obviously Nuremberg is enormous. Würzburg's got a big freight yard, and the stuff along the way as well. So it kind of doesn't matter what bit of German railways you like, in terms of driving experiences. It's on this route. So I know I was really happy with it. There is one really, really fun scenario I quite enjoyed playing called Square Dance, which involves driving the Vectron effectively around that square in Nuremberg, delivering things backwards and forwards, which is quite good because you get to drive on these lines which are a little bit off the beaten path to do that. So that's a lot of fun. So the route is it's familiar in terms of the gameplay experience, but I think it's quite a substantial drive from end to end. But there's just so many different trains in there. The 440 is a really nice train. It's a kind of your modern S-Bahn train, so it gets quite nice response, throw it around a little bit. I've been having a blast with this one.
What the fuck?
That just answered the question chat as well. And again, we'll talk about it in a moment. But yes, you also get a layer for Nuremberg Ingolstadt with the IC4 from launch, which we talked about again on our FAQs and roadmaps. So if you need to check that out too. But I think this is going to be really exciting. Again, it really links in. I mean, we've obviously got a link between Kassel to Würzburg, which we released back in TSW3, if I've got my knowledge correct. And then obviously Würzburg to Nuremberg, and then obviously Nuremberg to Ingolstadt. So you've got like a kind of connecting network that we're really building. And I think, again, we're bringing some of the most desired stock that people have been asking for. All right, it's time to switch to the slide. We said it enough. The ICE4. Everyone, it is here. I mean, you asked for it. What more can we do? But I think like one of the things that I've been really learning is what makes this so appealing. And I mean, its shape is one. I think some people have an opinion. It's not as curvy as some of the other ones. But included with the release, you'll get the 12 and the 13 car versions. Again, you'll get the onboard passenger announcements. You'll get the suspension and handling. It's just something that I feel like people have been begging for that completes their collection. Is that right, Matt? Have I got that correct? What is it that's really making this just the thing that spammed our chat? The reason it's here?
It's the next big ICE. I mean, there's two ICEs sort of that aren't done. I guess there's the ICE2 as well, but because that looks a lot like the ICE1, the things that sort of stand out, you've got the ICE3 Neo and the ICE4. And the ICE4 is, I mean, some people think they don't like the way it looks. Some people do. I'm in the camp that does. I think it stands out as being different. And I think it's great. I love the fact that it's such a long train. It's 12 or 13 cars, the version that we've done. So it's and again, if anyone's wondering about the 7 car, the 7 car requires slightly different cars. So we haven't made the 7 car version. It's not just deleting cars, unfortunately. So yeah, no, we were looking at it. Everyone said they wanted the IC4, so we tasked the team to try and see what they could deliver, and boy, did they deliver! It's good fun. It's responsive, being a modern train, very powerful train. It's only top speed of 265 km/h. This is not a 300+ km/h train. This is but it's it's got a lot of power at that lower end, so it works well on a route like this.
And I just paused it there for a moment in a cab. I mean, for me personally, I've always found the IC cabs just like it's you hop on board and it's like, yes, I'm ready to fire the warp engines. I'm in a spaceship. This looks so cool. I've got the full desk in front of me, and it truly is very, very immersive. It looks great. Oh, I'm glad we were finally able to bring this because I think the reactions from everyone has been great. It's the one thing they wanted to see the most. Here it is. So keep telling us what you want, I suppose, is the best feedback I can give. But you should have a really wonderful experience with this in game. If you are excited, again, like I said, FAQs, we have some wonderful information that's going to explain more about what you get in all of our content. So we've covered now the core routes and the core locos coming with Deluxe. So again, just a quick rattle through them. In the UK, you're going to get the Airedale and Wharfdale network to Leeds and Bradford and Skipton and Ilkley. That is going to be a full network, 4 endpoints, services bouncing all over, super busy. And with Deluxe, you'll get the class 333 in a northern livery, the fishbowl, if you will. On the US side, we're going to Florida for the first time, 45-mile routes from Miami Airport to Boca Raton. 13 stations, you're going to get loads of different passenger announcements in different languages, which is very immersive and true to life. It's absolutely packed to the brim full of rolling stock, so you're going to get it and you're going to get tons of value. And if you pick up Deluxe, you'll get the GP49. And on screen, we're going to end with Nuremberg to Würzburg, is what you're seeing here. A wonderful 100+ kilometer route, 19 stations to explore, a ton of stock as well with the new BR440 in a DB Regio livery, as well as additional stock with the 442, the 401 IC1 there, and the Vectron, and of course on Deluxe, as we're seeing it now on screen, the IC4 that you all wanted. But if you pick up Train Simulator 7, is that all you're getting? Is that all that's in the box? Of course not. There's obviously features, there's obviously lots of work the team have been doing on the other side of the systems to make the game feel better. And I have a wonderful graphic that kind of summarizes all of that as best as we can in one. And the big three at the top, but let's be honest, they're all different levels of impactful, however you like it.
Yeah, exactly.
But we've got a brand new game mode with Freight Hauler. So if you've been paying subtle attention here, everything's had a bit of a freight link in it. New limestone wagon for the UK route, bit of freight with the Vectron on Nuremberg, and of course you've got a lot of freight included with the CSX stock on the Florida Tri-Rail route. So Freight Hauler. Brand new mode. We're going to move freight. I hope you've seen the animation from Matt being a freight loco and JD as the wagon. I hope you've seen it. But you're going to basically be able to move freight around how you like. You jump into the content. You're going to have a task. You're going to open up your map and it's going to be freight pointed out for you to get to the right destination. Now, all of this will be presented to you. It is your job to get it to the right place. And the best part is, it's not really a case of doing it the right way. It's doing it your way. You're going to use free roam controls. You're going to be able to spawn any loco in your collection to help you do it on the Train Simulator 7 core routes. And basically, it's just get the wagons to the right place, call it a day, and you'll get a debrief screen. I mean, this is going to be fun. And I think the thing that I love the most is you're kind of going to have to figure it out however you like, with whatever you got. And that seems like a lot of fun, Matt. I mean, freight, I think we've been looking to do a bit more with, and I hope this really gives that experience. Is this something that you feel like is going to really add to that gameplay for freight fans?
Yeah, I think when we've been talking to people for a while now about what they wanted from freight and why they didn't, why they haven't necessarily gelled with the freight that is in the game, because obviously there is freight, it's in the timetable mode. There's quite a bit going on in there. And actually, one of the key themes that came out from that is the lack of player agency. What that means, in technical term, what it means is, can you choose what you're doing? How much control do you have? Or are you just doing as you're told? And in timetable mode, you are literally just doing as you're told. You can't. It's not a case that you're given like, this is what it needs to look like. You forgot. You go and fix it. And we can't really do that in timetable mode because, by the definition of how the timetable works, it kind of has to be predetermined, so that it can run and know where everything is and so forth. So we started thinking about, well, what could we do? And that's where Freight Hauler mode came in, which was more about you layer it on top of timetable mode, so you've still got AI traffic and, more importantly, things getting in your way. But actually, all Freight Hauler mode is doing is putting some freight cars in various sidings, assigning them to a place they need to be delivered to, and everything else is up to you. So we thought, we could use the free roam functionality so that you can just say, right, well, I want to spawn a train, because it doesn't matter, spawn any trains you want, spawn a train, and then I want to drive that train over there. So I'll use the free roam and I'll set a path and I'll drive over there. I'll do some shunting in the yard to sort out the train that I want to take to the next delivery place, and then we'll get on and we'll use the free roam to get onto the main line and do some more. So it's kind of like, it becomes interesting. What you could do, for example, let's say, for example, you've found yourself stuck going up a hill because you're a bit overzealous with how many cars you put behind your loco, and you now can't get up any further. Well, get out of the train, shift F, teleport down to the nearest yard, spawn yourself a helper locomotive, drive that up, solve your problems, and create your own gameplay. And not just about the delivering the cars, because fundamentally that's what Freight Hauler is asking you to do. But just imagine the situations you can get in and then get yourself out of. And I think that's where there's a lot of fun that can be had with that stuff, and realizing, I'm going to use a BR363 in the yard, or a BR294, and then I'm going to spawn a BR185 to then take that somewhere else to the next yard. And I think there's just so much creativity is how you solve these, how you do this. And what I'm really looking forward to is getting some feedback from players about how we expand it and take it forward. I consider this very much a V1. I know how I want to take it forward, but I think now's the time to get player feedback on what to do next, because I think this is super exciting game mode. It's doing something different and building on free roam, and giving you tons of player agency. And it might be too much, in which case timetable mode's still there, scenarios are still there. So it's not going to be for everybody. But I think this will, if you want that really cool freight fix, want that really good freight challenge, then I think that's where Freight Hauler comes in. And let's hear what you have to say about it, and tell us how you want to see it improve, because it's my favourite thing in the game, outside of driving on the air and water down.
But seeing some great questions in the chat again. One thing I think is worth clarifying. So Freight Hauler will work on Train Sim World 7 timetables. So that's the Train Sim World 7 routes. So you've obviously got the three, the Airedale, Wharfdale network. You've got the Tri-Rail, Florida, and Nuremberg to Würzburg. But also it's free roam controls. So you can kind of utilize anything in your collection to get the job done. And obviously with free roam controls, the benefit of doing and having that access means that if you run into any problems with how you're spawning trains and what you're causing in the chaos you're adding to the rails, you can obviously just delete trains that are in your way as well. So again, like, the task is get the job done. And I think that's the fun part. So I'm excited to see how you all play it. Again, we've got a little bit more on our FAQs, so if you're a bit curious about how it works and what it all means, feel free to dive in. But again, we got so many features to talk about. And if I actually get the feature graphic back up just for a moment, it was a question in chat again. It says, which edition gets which features? All editions of Train Sim World will come with all these features. So that's standard, that's deluxe, and that's ultimate edition as well. There are some of these features that we'll talk about in a moment that are like PC exclusive, because they're very PC focused, and we'll talk about those shortly. So those are limited per platform, but all editions will get these, and including if you upgrade using the free starter pack, you'll also get some of these as well, because some of them are just baked into the core, so you get the benefits even if you're just looking to upgrade to the new core. But I'm spoiling myself a little bit for some of the bundles we'll talk about in a moment. And yes, we will talk about the roadmap, of course. We've just got to talk about Train Sim World 7. It's exciting first. Okay, so let's keep the ball rolling. Live weather. This is something I've seen. There's been loads of conversations in the community about this for the last few months, actually, even before we announced. I think it's a feature that people love seeing. It's a feature that people definitely mod. There's lots of mods that can do this, but obviously mods they have different conditions. Not everyone's able to mod their games consoles as well. What this will add is when you are linked into Dovetail Live, you will get a real life weather condition for the route that you're playing. And it is synced to real time. So there's no historic tracking. You can set it to August, but it will be today. But you get the weather it is right now as you play, and that is awesome. And it will dynamically adjust because it will do spot updates and then kind of blend the weather between them. So you could just be driving your favorite UK route and it's probably going to be cloudy. I mean, let's face it, it's the UK. But then then the clouds could ease up and you could just be playing the game.
He does a lot of charity,
and then suddenly you think to yourself,
he does, Matt.
The clouds are clearing up near Leeds. That's interesting. You could check the weather in Leeds and suddenly you see it's a sunny day. So it's just so interesting because that real link, and I think that's so exciting. Is there anything you want to add with live weather, Matt? This must be quite a desired feature, especially with a lot of the way the community talk about it.
I mean, yeah, as you said, there's several mods that have been doing adding live weather via the API. I mean, you added specific functions so that people could.
This is why I fall asleep.
Exactly. So it's really good to see what came in. But the problem is those mods can't be used on a console. And so we're getting lots of players saying it'd be great if everyone could participate in live weather. So we started looking at it, and
I'm doing it in one stream.
I'm
doing it in one stream. Saves me fucking around.
Things, including live weather and live weather.
Because I might not be able to record it because it's live.
Okay, got to do it then. Let's get it done.
So the Dovetail Direct was live at the time,
and
so they pre-recorded it, but it went live. So this is an actual proper live stream. So I have to react to it live as well.
Game. So if you're in Leeds, you get Leeds weather.
Because I forgot it was today. So I got notification that it was happening.
And you get more updates the more you travel, essentially. So
I'm going to be doing a live reaction for the previous streams of gameplay.
So you get more frequent updates. So it should all stay.
It just depends because I need an editor to do that, and I can't be fucking nice.
And what I love about it is just the subtle changes as you go along, and the fact that I get interesting when you're driving. You get an interesting weather, and that weather evolves. And you don't have to think about it. You're not going into the settings and tuning sliders. It's just the weather is what the weather is. It kind of doesn't matter unless you're in that particular place yourself. It doesn't matter what the weather is. The fact is that you know that it's coming from a real location. And as you drive, you're going to a bit where it's heavy rain over this bit of the route, and then it's back to being sunshine again afterwards. And that sort of evolution of the weather as you drive is what actually makes it feel different each time you drive.
That's about more interesting is the live weather. I don't give a fuck about all the other shit. Like freight all that. I don't care. I don't drive freight, so I'm not really bothered.
You can just
my
drive
controls,
the routes, figure out where the weather's at.
Safety systems,
whether it works on all routes, and yes,
it's all in the Dovetail Direct. So
yes, so again, like as I was saying a little bit before, I won't spoil myself for the next section, but we do have the free starter pack as well. So if you already have a huge Train Sim World collection, you've been supporting us for a long time now, upgrade into Train Sim World 7, and you can basically get this feature upgraded on all of the content you own. How great is that? But okay, we still got, I think there's like another 10 things that's still on the page, but these are some of our bigger ones, and again, I think this is something that I think some people don't necessarily want to see that much. They don't really feel like it's for them. Other people, it's the best thing of all time. I'm talking about simplified controls, or as the way we word it in game, beginner controls.
To me, it's not
this
important.
Is driving the train with the thought turned off. This is a feeling. Okay, I'll tell you, as someone that struggles sometimes to set up, and I usually do my 4-up challenges with the safety systems off, because sometimes I struggle too much with them on.
I just get pissed off.
This is essentially turning your train into move it with WASD, and I think also a couple other keys. Now, there's a very important thing I want to clarify first. Are we making the simulation? Are we making Train Sim World? Are we catering it to a new audience? Are we dumbing the simulation down? Are we doing this just so we don't have to build complicated physics systems? Because that's really hard. No, of course not. I think, Matt, you're probably wincing as I say that. That is not the intention. Beginner controls are simply, as they say on the tin, they're for people starting out. I mean, Train Sim World 7 is free for once. You get loads of people jumping in, looking to play Train Sim World. But maybe they've never heard of safety systems before. They don't know what the master control switch does, or it has to be in neutral or reverse, and they don't know how to drive a train, and that makes sense. We have tutorials for this. But some people just want to say, I don't need a tutorial. They just want to slam it in first gear and drive. And beginner controls allows you to do that, which is really, really fun. There are some gimmicks with it. It is definitely a change in the physics system, so there will be some caveats. but for the most part, it's bringing that ease of just getting into the train and having fun and getting it
so
moving.
you can't see
and
it.
also the best part is it onboards you best as well for learning the more in-depth simulation, the more in-depth controls, because we've mapped some of the way the keys
so
are
that's
to
where
what
the
you kind of
socialist is on the
expect to
bottom.
learn when you step into the full control and the full simulation.
That's
as well.
where their
So for people that do want to pick up beginner controls as a way of
Twitch and
learning the
YouTube.
game first easier, then we give them that onboarding to then dive into the full sim. So Matt, this is also a really fun one. It's one I'm extremely excited about. What are your thoughts on beginner controls?
I mean, this is one of those things that, well, I personally am probably not going to use simple controls much because I like the full depth simulation. I have seen the reaction of some of the people that have used this, and I've seen people starting to enjoy it.
Just goes meh.
They would never have considered playing it before. And I think one of the things that we as or me myself as someone who has been playing train simulation,
I've typed in their Twitch once.
Well,
but there's no point.
You forget that. Well, actually, the way people who are new to this,
I don't bother
game see it as there's a brick wall of learning
because my comment don't get read.
And
just so many people. Literally right now on Twitch, I have 80 people watching them.
Simple controls
on the
you
YouTube side.
You get to enjoy the fun. You get to enjoy the what it's like to make the trains go along.
You can hear them.
Get used to.
They have over 1,000.
Fall in love with how everything looks. And
so my comment will just be skimming through.
No, actually, I want to step this up and learn how the train works. At that point, the learning stuff actually that becomes.
I need to hide in their Twitch chat.
Well, you don't, and you stay with simple controls. Point is,
I think
we get more people enjoying the game.
And I did type it and send it.
Find the fun and just the love of trains. Some people just they love trains. They don't want to get into all of the complexity of how they work.
Typing it
and
anyway.
You've got that choice. But no, if you like your full controls, your expert modes, and all of that lot, nothing is changing there whatsoever, or deviating resources away from that side of things. This is about helping other people play the game as well and giving that choice. And like I said, well, the reactions I've seen on Twitch so far have been
I've just typed.
Good.
I've just put two.
I think as well. I think
thinking emojis.
I'll mention it in the chat as well. I think it's really about bringing that accessibility and just like the choice. I think is going to be really fun. Again, I'm super excited about it. But we've still got some more features to talk about. So it's a really exciting one. Beginner controls is going to be great. Whether or not you want to dive into it or not, it's also just something fun to try as well.
Yeah, that is a good question.
But again, we have more in FAQs if you're interested and you want to jump in. Again, you
about
can jump
the
in
PC graphic settings
controls, and it'll work across all your content
for Xbox PC. On PC, I think
there are a couple of questions about what's in the new training center. We'll get to that. We've got to talk about all the other features. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna now list a bunch of really cool stuff we've done, and I don't want to minimize it, but there is a lot of stuff here, and all of this is for the sake of quality of life, of making Train Sim 7 feel like this feels like it just hits all those points that you've been wanting and you've been asking for. And then Matt, I'll pass to you and just let you kind of touch on a few of them as we go through. So I'm going to throw up the image again. Here are some of the changes that are coming with the game. For one, there'll be a global safety systems toggle. And there's a really brilliant image of the UI that I'm not 100% sure if I have loaded on. But essentially, you have the option to toggle on safety systems when you jump into a cab by default, and it will stay toggled. So you never have to do it and set it up at the start of every run.
I could do that.
You can just choose which ones you want on. And it's not just a one-off, one-on button. You can specifically toggle each of the individual safety systems across UK, US, German regions, all of the different ones that you want to have on. So you can choose what you want and be extremely flexible with how you want to play. AI conductors. Now, we're not using a scary term of AI. It's just automatic. But when enabled, essentially, the game will run and take care of all the door opening operations. So if you're a driver and it would never be your job to handle opening doors on a certain train or certain locomotive, well, then you can turn this on and it'll be as true to life. But again, it's very much whether you want it on or not, and it's as easy as having a toggle. Other quality of life, an adjustable field of view. So for some people, having a better FOV allows you to see more of your surroundings, reduce a bit of motion sickness as well. It's just nice to have. I think the way people play is very different. So I think this is something that's also been requested for a long time. Another nice quality of life, improved loading times. Now, this is a really great one because for those of you that also have a ton of content and back catalog add-ons, Sometimes loading into the game can take maybe a couple minutes when you get into the main menu as you're kind of onboarding and kind of adding on all those content. We're going to see that cut down massively. You're going to be getting in and out of the game much quicker. Now, another thing we've done is we've changed the max speed of the external camera. I have had a lot of questions on this over the last year in Q&As, and we've finally done it. So you can move that external camera, you can chase up with your high-speed trains, and you can get a really lovely shot and images and videos from the trains as you drive, which is wonderful. We've also improved temporary speed restrictions. They're going to be more random. They're going to be less predictable. They're going to have different speeds on them, which I know people have been asking for a long time.
bit I'm worried about
a couple other things as well. We've added a bell
improvements.
button to the Operation Shift controller layout. So that means if you're playing on a US train, you can toggle the bell, which we
Fuck
didn't
that,
have
that'd be
before. It's
staying
a
off
nice
and
quality
all.
of life. And we've also made a few dynamic weather improvements, including the improving the transitions between weathers.
can't stand
so it's a bit
that-
smoother now.
that
It's a bit more
bell shit, it
realistic.
drives me
We've
nuts.
improved rain effects, and there's a bit more variety and realism in it. So, well, as the list, I mean, I think, to be honest, I think the graphic I've got on screen doesn't even have all of that. There's a lot of good stuff there. I think, Matt, is there anything you want to specifically touch on in that big old list of waffle?
Improved load times probably more impacts console players. It does improve the load times on PC, but in the testing we're finding consoles are the ones that are seeing more improvement. What else have we got on here? TSR updates. So previously it wasn't very random. So you'll find it more random. And
TSR
more
speed
in terms of the
restrictions, the temporary
speeds
speed
that you get.
restrictions.
AI Conductor is just so much fun. I play with that all the time now. There's 3 settings: off, realistic, and always, because not all trains have it. In reality, sometimes it is driver-only operation. Always would mean it's always as if you've got a guard. Realistic tries to work on whether or not it should have a guard or not, but that will be only on new content going forwards, because you've got to actually set it to say whether that service will have a guard. Always means you can do it anyway.
So I won't be on the older DLCs.
And one of the ones that I'm really happy about is the Steam Deck stuff. So that's tremendous. With some of the graphics and improvements and so forth that are on there, I'm seeing my frame rate up in the 40s to 50s on my Steam Deck, which is tremendous. Makes it so much more playable. So there's lots of cool stuff on there. The beta team are really, really, really thrilled with the FOB slider stuff that's gone in there as well. And I never thought about the default safety systems, how much of an impact that would make for me, because I quite enjoy turning it on when I get into the cab, but I use it all the time now. Yeah, you all were right and I was wrong. Fair enough. Props to you. It's brilliant. It's safe, particularly on the console. You got a lot more fiddly to get to those controls, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And the way the team have implemented it, as Alex said, you've got individual control over every safety system. So there's a master on-off, and then inside that, there's then every safety system has its own on-off. So if you don't like
so I can see what they're saying.
He doesn't think Stephen's annoying, but you want PZB and you want LZB, you can set that up to be how the game works. So that works really, really well. But going back to the fiddly controls, we've made it to where there's a setting now to adjust the maximum speed, slow, medium, high, and fast for movement of the camera and rotation of the camera. And then we've changed how the sensitivity slider works so that it works much more like a sensitivity slider should, which now means that you could set it on. They reckon there's no sound.
Yeah, I'm just seeing those messages. I'm getting sound on my side, though.
Rotation of the sound is perfectly fine.
Reopen the stream. Hello. Close and reopen the stream. Sound will come back. Yeah, I don't think it ever dropped from restream. Apologies, folks.
No, I can hear.
I'll put a message in the chat.
All right, well, let's carry on. Everyone, I guess, people need to. If you can't hear me, press and refresh on the stream, right?
No, Matt, they can't. There we go. Hopefully, if you can refresh, sound is fine. Okay, we're good. We're good to continue.
Let's carry on then. Yeah. So, what I'm finding with the new settings is that I can have it on maximum speeds for rotation and for movement, which is quite a lot faster than the current ones. And obviously, the concern you'd have there is
So for them,
just not going to make it even more twitchy compared to what it was before. well, actually, the sensitivity
That's why I
adjustments
don't
you've
normally
got now
watch this
mean
live.
that I can
you
get
guys.
absolutely pinpoint control with the
Normally
joystick
I'm watching
now,
this on my
and
laptop.
also,
I'll be fine.
go
Fall
fast
asleep
enough
to
when
it.
I'm moving the camera so that I can get way ahead of a train doing 300 kilometers an hour. So it's brilliant. It's
This is the
completely
first
changed how I'm using the
TSW7
controller
one.
in the game.
So you're going to see
So,
more content of
yeah,
TSW.
I think that if you're using a controller, that's probably for me one of the biggest improvements that you'll see in TSW7.
And again, I'm really just loving the fact that I think all these things kind of layer on, and for some of them, for some people there may be small things, for others they're really big things, but they're just this kind of like that extra layering, that quality of life that really just makes it feel like, oh yeah, this is easier, or oh yeah, this is better, and hopefully that just kind of adds to that full experience. I think for a lot of people, and I think there's been a lot of love for just seeing some of these like little extra improvements that we've been able to add. And again, props to the team, I think, for kind of just squeezing in as much as we could for adding this quality of life.
Absolutely.
One thing I did want to mention as well, I've got it on my image list here. A little sneak peek at the main menu UI. I think we've kind of shown this kind of.
Oh,
so I've got a couple images here.
Looks really
for
cool.
one, it looks very cool. It's very sleek, very rounded buttons, very kind of new color scheme as well, integrated in.
Wow.
Don't say very Forza like we did it first. We didn't, but it's our own thing, okay? It looks wonderful, and so you get a little bit of sneak peek at there, the map, and some of the timetable settings as well. So I hope you'll enjoy it because it is wonderful, and of course you'll be listening to the new music in game as well. So there's a little sneak peek. You'll find out more from videos and content coming up. It doesn't look exactly the same. The images are old. Yes, this is from a testing account, so apologies if the images are old. Yes, work in progress. The stamp there in the bottom left. But hopefully the UI. I mean, if you miss the UI and you focus on the images, maybe look more at the UI. But there you go.
Just to be clear, the button images will be like that for release, but hopefully at some point post-release they'll get updated to their new ones. It's taken us a while to get the UI as correct as it is. And refined, so we left updating images till last. So there's quite a lot of changes, just little changes all over UI.
Compared to the old one,
structurally it's the same. So for those of you who have built up your muscle memory for how to do X, Y, and Z in the game, you are not going to find the game difficult to use or awkward or anything like that. It's structurally the same, but we've tidied up, tweaked, and improved visuals in a number of different areas. So yeah, hopefully get some updates to the images and freshen those up at some point in the future.
And we've talked about some of our features. We still haven't talked about all of them. But I'll be quick because I know people want to get into the roadmap. But let's not
on this ship for over an hour.
We've got some PC exclusive enhancements. There's a reason we did PC exclusive. It's because we've been falling a little bit behind on trying to keep up the support for some of the latest hardware that PCs can get access to. And I think people have been really begging for some extra settings and ways to push their systems to the max. For definitely the kind of mid and towards that higher end of kind of PC. Well, we're kind of treating you with a ton of new settings. And I love the way you always say it, Matt. It's the alphabet soup of various different enhancements. But there's a lot here, and I think we've already talked a little bit about the Steam Deck, but you're going to get DirectX 12, which is going to increase the compatibility with more modern graphics cards, and hopefully in some cases increase the performance. We've got DLSS 4.5 and FSR4. I heard a question, I think, our Q&A thread, which FSR are we using? It's 4, which allows you to do some upscaling. So it allows you to improve the visual clarity and some of the kind of edge lines you see on images, the anti-aliasing, if you will, for supported graphics cards. Again, that's an important note. So FAQs, always a handy friend to check on. And as, again, potential room for some performance improvements in the GPU areas as well. Something we've not mentioned yet, epic settings, a level above Ultra. And this is going to really give you that extra draw distance. I think people always talk about shadows. We talk about LOD, basically the way objects load in. Increase all of that to the absolute max, better color ranges, improved sky lighting intensity as well, and you're also going to get some enhanced lighting with light rays, God rays. Now, we do have some really wonderful images that show this. I haven't loaded them onto my stream, but they're on a roadmap, so take my word for it. But if you don't want to take my word for it, check out the roadmap, the article. It's linked in the description. But there's some really wonderful images on there as well.
Just lucky.
Actually, if I hand over to you, Matt, to tell us more about these features, maybe I can load them up as well.
Yeah, so let's start with the alphabet soup. So DLSS for NVIDIA cards, FSR
I'm
for
lucky.
but primarily it's an AMD thing. Kind of not sure why you'd use FSR if you've got an NVIDIA card that will do the job. If you've got what these upscalers and enhancers do is they allow you to tune the performance to maybe get more FPS, or in some cases, one of the use cases I've actually found in the beta team is keeping the image quality the same but massively reducing the GPU load, which saves power, keeps everything cooler, particularly with the hot weather we've been having. So it means that you can tune things to how you want to do. Any Gavana man asked if will DLSS have frame gen? No, unfortunately. So DLSS just has upscaling. The reason for that is that the plugin we're using is actually a UV5 plugin. Otherwise, we'd be stuck on a really old version of DLSS. This gives us DLSS 4.5, but that plugin actually requires quite a substantial amount of UV5 to be backported into UV4 in order to offer frame gen. So we weren't able to do that, but we did get enough of the bits and pieces of UV5 in to make the plugin work to do upscaling.
I'm just going to say as well, I've got a couple GIFs on screen, so I'll just I'll let you keep talking, Matt, but I'll just have these on in the background as well.
Yeah, so what you see with the difference, and a lot of this is enhanced light. This is enhanced lighting and Epic settings, and this is pushing shadows right out. So the sort of the goal with Epic settings. So what I will say is all of the ones below Epic are exactly the same as they were before. So whatever performance you are currently getting on the game will be unaffected. Epic settings is if you want to push it a bit further, and Epic is actually set up on 5 or 6 different settings. So you may find that, for example, on your setup, you can maybe put the view distance quality to Epic, but maybe not the texture quality to Epic, something like that. So Epic isn't one thing; it's on across a number of different things. There's a level of tuning you can do. Yeah, it's adding the God rays that you can see. It's giving more shadows. It's adding more detail to the shadows, so they're crisper up close. And you'll also find that shadows push out to the distance. LOD renderings get pushed out much further, so you don't see the trees popping in their LODs coming up to you. It stabilizes the whole scene. And then when you combine that with things like something like DLAA, for example, DLAA, which is the anti-aliasing part of DLSS, it's a bit of an alphabet soup, you have to bear with me. What that does is it's like a super duper TAA. So TAA is the normal anti-aliasing you're probably all using in the game. But TAA gives you ghosting. It leaves a little bit of flickering. And DLAA fixes all of that. There's no ghosting. There's no flickering. The whole image is super stable. So that's kind of like it in super duper quality mode on DLSS. And FSR has a thing called native AA, which is broadly equivalent to that. On FSR, you also get frame gen. Frame gen will double your frame rate every time. So the way it works is it generates a frame in between every other real frame. So all of this stuff is using AI tech. The DL and all this stuff stands for deep learning. So it's all using AI to try and to guess that stuff. FSR 4.0 is really high quality. It's much better than FSR 3 in terms of what it does. So it's very usable. In terms of improving your picture quality, but like moving up to say DLSS or FSR and then dropping the performance down to making it zoned out, maximum performance mode as opposed to maximum quality, you find that the image is still really good, but you should boost your frame rate. It all depends on how your system is. On mine, when I do that, I just lower the GPU usage because I'm not maxed out enough on those things. But hey, I'll take the lower GPU usage. That's a good thing as well. So it's those settings, and you combine all of those settings with what you've got in terms of the performance and improvements you get. A number of people have been using the DX12 launch parameter for years and years and years. So we've basically made that the default and then done some bug fixing along with that. And some people were reporting when they did that, they got some decent FPS improvements just purely by switching to DX12. So there's quite a substantial improvement there. And we wanted to really, the brief for the Epic settings really was stretch and test people's hardware. Give them room to make a setup that maybe doesn't work yet. Give them room, a setup that will if everyone can use Epic settings, it's failed. It's not gone far enough. Push it further. And some of the beta testers are running it with everything turned on, enhanced lighting, Epic settings, And it's just the visual difference, as you saw with some of those comparative screenshots, is just mind-blowing in terms of how much it improves things. So I guess the next thing we should talk about is consoles. So Epic settings will not come to console. It's too much. The console can't cope with that. The enhanced lighting, I want to bring it to console. But we need to do a lot of testing on console, which includes how much which of all of the dozens of settings we've tweaked for enhanced lightings. Most of them have no performance impact, and they'll be fine to come across. Some of them do, and those probably can't. So we are looking to bring in enhanced lighting to consoles, which should give most of what's come across there. Even some of the most visually impactful settings have almost no frame rate impact. It's really backwards to how you'd expect it to be. So we're going to need to do that. The other thing I want to check or test through this is also what impact these things have on the texture pool, because sometimes, particularly with some of the shadow changes, they can what you do effectively. All performance settings are a trade-off. You normally will spend memory to save to improve frame rate, or vice versa. So I want to make sure that we're not making the texture pool problem worse with any of these settings as well. So that's why it's not in.
I don't know if it'll work on fucking Xbox,
but that is definitely something I want to do. VXY and a couple of others of us can use DLSS with smooth motion. You absolutely can. Some of the beta testers have been doing that. And what their recommendation is, I've not tried this myself because I've not really used smooth motion yet, but their recommendation has been to set your internal game frame rate limit to 30 frames per second. To wind up everything to absolute maximum, and then enable smooth motion, so you get 60 FPS output with everything set to the minute to the absolute maximum, and your GPU running relatively cool. And so I will say for running everything on the tops, you're probably looking at relatively high-end GPU to be able to support everything. But it's the end result for all that stuff is fabulous. So yeah, there's variability and so forth that you can see what works for you and see what doesn't, turn things on, turn things off, so you can explore it. And some people, in my laptop, for example, can't run everything on Epic. It runs most things on Epic and with enhanced lighting. And then you can use smooth motion or the FSR frame gen to bump it up. On Steam Deck, I use the frame gen because Steam Deck actually and Steam Machine are all obviously AMD hardware. So you can use FSR and you get to a really great effect. Actually, Generic BL Fanboy, is there a way to still force the game to run DX11? Yeah, in the settings, there's a switch now that you can switch it between DX11 and DX12. It will default to 12, but if you want 11, then you can switch it.
If my shit breaks,
I think
I'll put it on this.
It's all good. It's all good. I think it's really important context, and there were a lot of people asking about like what kind of affects console and what will be on PC, and I think that like there's important reasoning there as well.
Hey, so
we want
you'll
to
have your
ensure that the console experience is still good and it still works with these settings. But the lighting, again, as Matt says, we are looking to try and bring that to console as well. But to be really clear, just to bring up the features page again. This is the main menu. For players across PC or console, you will get almost all of these features as well. The only limit is just on some of those enhanced lighting and on those extra Epic settings as well. That's on PC for the time being, but everything else you will get on all the platforms coming with Train to Mod 7. Right, folks, you have been asking. You have been saying now. Come on, we've got to talk about the roadmap. We're almost finished with Train to Mod 7. I just want to quickly rattle through the bundles. So, someone asked about what's new in Training Center. There's new collectibles. There's new scenarios. But remember, Train to Mod 7 is free. We're going to start with the free edition. You can just pick it up and you will get it. Obviously, you're going to have to re-download your content. I know that's a really big pain for some people, and I think some people on slower internet, that's really tough. You're going to have to do it. We still haven't found a way around that. But it is still free. And we allow you to get a lot of these new features and pick up the game and get all of this new stuff, including new features, including live weather, including the ability to add your locos and anything you own using the Freight Hauler mode. If you pick up any of the standard editions as well, you get a lot of great stuff and a lot of the compatibility with the new features and the settings just for having a free edition. So there's tons there. And you can pick this up from September 15th. And better yet, we're not putting a deadline on this. It's just going to be free until we say anything, if we say anything at all. I think last year we did, I think it was 6 weeks. But this year we're going a bit longer. We just want to see, obviously we've got to make sure it works for our teams as well. but hopefully we can keep the game free and get as many people playing as we can. So if you do want to pick up some of the exciting new content now, Standard Edition, you're going to get a really great offer here. So you get Tri-Rail Miami, Nuremberg, Würzburg, and the Airedale and Wharfdale network. Of course, all the features, you get access to all of that, including Freight Ruler and for all of those routes. And if you pre-order now, which you can do, you can get a 10% discount on top. So you can check out the prices. I think it's £44.99, $49.99 and euros. But again, you can save 10% on top of that, and you're already kind of getting a massive discount on top with all the content included as well. Deluxe Edition adds the 3 Deluxe locos, the Tri-Rail GP49, the IC4, as well as the BR Class 333 for each of the respective routes above. And you get 5-day early access from September 10th. So that's also really great. And of course, you still get that 10% pre-order discount. Finally, Ultimate Edition. Some people have been asking what this is. Really, it's called Train Sim World 6-7 Edition. I don't want to see the spam chat too much in chat. I know, I had to say it. It's essentially Train Sim World 7 Deluxe with Train Sim World 6 Deluxe on top. And I think some people are asking, why have we done like that? Well, there's a lot of people that haven't picked up the Train Sim World 6 Deluxe content, and we want to make sure that you get a great bundle as well. Also, if you're starting out in Train Sim World for the first time, you can pick it up and also get a ton of content. And a lot of it really just complements each other too. That's the Ultimate Edition. Again, it comes at a huge discount for the whole bundle. So you can check that out on the local store pages and save another 10% if you pre-order. So that's all available right now. How long can you pre-order for? Until September 15th. Because by that point, you're not pre-ordering because the game's out and it's all launched. And yes, before anyone asks, you can buy all of the routes and the locos from the Deluxe Edition separately from launch. So that'll be September 15th. You can buy them separately, but I will just note that they will be at the standard price. So you will get the best offer with the bundles. So if any of this interests you, check it out on the store pages. I've ruined the chat. I see it's 6-7 all over the place. I'm sorry for what I've done. Folks, we're now going to talk about the roadmap, but one last thing. Which way is my finger pointing? This way. That button there. Scan at any point while we're streaming and you will go to the Train Sim World 7 website and you can pre-order again and get that 10% discount. I think we've talked enough about the base game of Train Sim World 7, but we have a roadmap.
There you go.
We have
That's
a
what's
year
arriving. There you go.
or more worth of content. There's some content on here that is very early in development.
Between the 1st and the 8th.
And progressing really well. So we have some awesome things to tell you about. And the way this is going to work is we're going to go through all of the new content, kind of the same order we did through the Direct. We're going to give you a bit of a summary about it. We're going to share some of the wonderful screenshots about it. And then we'll kind of jump between them because there's a lot of things to cover. There's some wonderful new screenshots that we shared for the first time today in the roadmap. There's a lot of things that I think people are extremely excited about for in this. So here we go. Matt, I'll call to you for a couple quips here and there, but we are going to work our way through what is the first Train Sim World 7 roadmap for the months and years ahead. We're going to start with a very familiar site. It's the Tadami line. Folks, we know you have been asking for this and waiting for this for a long time. It is coming. It is going to be released in 1 month's time. And I know we previously had a release date, but we had to delay that because we wanted to further make sure the experience was great. It is now coming in Train Sim World 7, and in Train Sim World 7 only, which is an important note. We do have the store page live now for wishlisting on Steam. You may notice the Train Sim World 6 one is still up, but we are going to have that legacy page removed. But it is arriving on September 29th. That is 2 weeks after the launch of Train Sim World 7. It does mean it benefits from a lot of the features in Train Sim World 7 from the get-go, including some of the information we talked about. Not all of the features, but obviously some of the things we talked about when it comes to features that will apply across your whole collection. But this is the Tadami line. This is the first time you're going to go to Japan with Train Sim World. You're going to ride along the Tadami River. It's extremely charming. It's extremely magnificent with the scenery. You also have wonderful seasonal changes, and it's just a beautiful experience. And you're looking at the Kiha 40 here, the loco, and you get that in a variety of different liveries relevant. But you all know this. You've all been following Tadami for some time, folks. We know it's coming. It's coming very soon, but it will be a wonderful release. And again, it's coming just 2 weeks after launch. So basically, once we've launched Train Sim World 7, you're going to wait a week, and then we're going to see Matt here again on a live stream doing a preview for the route, and you're going to get a chance to really see it in action. So Matt, is there anything you want to touch on with Tadami line?
Nothing more than has already been said, to be honest. Sorry, I've got a cat living in my chair because she's hungry for some reason. I've only fed her 15 times today, it's fine. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, as I've said everything. I think it's a beautiful route, and actually, it looks even more stunning with the new settings. So it'll be just here cheering away, ready for it to come out. I think it's in a good place now, and it's the team have worked really hard. They got through those performance problems that we identified really quickly. So in good shape now to get in everyone's hands.
And for this is coming from the Union Workshop team. And again, I want to make sure we really support them through this because this is going to be a wonderful release. Folks, September 29th. If you're on Steam, you can wishlist it now. The website is up. You can find it. And again, it will come for Train Sim World 7. Right. That's enough of the Army line. What else is there on our roadmap? Neckartalbahn. Now this is a route that I know many of you are extremely keen about, and some of the screenshots that are rolling in the background might eventually kind of give off a reason why. But this is coming from TSG, and this is Neckartalbahn, Heidelberg to Neckarals. This is a double track, fully electrified mainline. You're going to go through the Neckar Valley in southwestern Germany. There's loads of really wonderful smooth curves. There's loads of tunnel sections. There's wonderful riverside views. And best of all, it comes with a new steam loco, the BR23. And on top of that, TSG are improving some of the steam physics from some of our previous steam content to work with this release. Folks, this is coming soon. We don't have a release date yet, but this isn't too far away now. And as a note here, there's the BR23 looking absolutely gorgeous. And again, I think there's been a lot of people that have been asking for more steam locos. Well, this is the next one that you can likely expect to see in Train Sim World. On top of this, the actual route itself, though, you'll get 53 kilometers of track from Heidelberg to Neckarals. You'll get 15 decorated stations to explore. And if you're wondering about the era, it's set in 1974. So yeah, new Steam logo, exactly. I think there's been so many people saying, when are we going to get the new Steam logo? We announced this a little while ago. It is coming. So be excited. It's going to be an absolute wonderful route, and huge props to TSG because this is going to be a very special moment when it releases. We don't have a release date yet, but again, follow our roadmaps, follow our monthly updates for more. Okay, I'm going to jump over to a fan favorite. We're looking at Jest Trains. We're going back to the UK. This is the next release they've been working on again for some time. Now, they have a wonderful blog that you can follow on their own website. But this is Cumbrian Coast, Carlisle to Whitehaven. Now, again, if you're a fan of the 1980s era, well, you're in luck because the Jest Trains for the UK side of things are pretty much expert to this point. And they've got a very keen specialism for doing this era and doing it very well with a high quality that you all have come to love. So you're going to be getting more Jest Trains content on the West Coast mainline network with the Cumbrian Coast. You're going to get 40 miles of rural scenery and sprawling industry landscape. And it's just beautiful. And what we're seeing here, the train is the new Class 108 DMU with new wagons suited to the era included with the release, as well as freight and shunting operations that they have planned. But these are some new screenshots that we're sharing, so they're absolutely gorgeous. And again, some DMU hype in the chat, Matt, you're sharing that. This should be a really wonderful release. Have you got any thoughts, Matt, that you want to add?
I'm looking forward to it. It's another Just Trains route. It's another winner. And the 108. It's a whole brand new first gen DMU. And they're some of my favourite trains to drive. So I'm here cheering for Just Trains in this release, definitely.
Well, speaking about cheering, let's make sure we cheer and support a new dev coming to Train Sim World that we announced a little while ago with Ryan Niersbahn. This is from Foller's World. So they've been working on this. They've been sharing updates for a good deal of time now. This is a beautiful route. This is going to be quite an iconic and quite an old route. With over 100 years old, you've got large stations, huge cities. And I think the thing they really want to highlight here is the contrast between open fields, but also then that industry and that freight operation, especially in and around the Chem Park area of the route, especially, and again, I'm going to apologize in advance here for the pronunciations, but you've got the historic Hochfelder Eisenbahnbrücke. I think I pronounced that better on the direct.
That was good.
Okay. I'll take a good from you, Matt. That's appreciated. But it's a wonderful industrial branch line. Industrial branch lines are included, as well as detailed yards and a freight bypass between Reit and Viersen. This is going to be a really fun route. And again, a new developer coming to the scene with a really strong starting piece of content, and just the screenshots make it look extremely good. I really hope you enjoy this as well. And as you're seeing some sites here, some of the DBBR trains, it should just really add in that gameplay. And again, if we're focusing on freight hauler as well, should be quite an experience. Anything you want to add on this one, Matt?
No, another German route I'm looking forward to, and I will take all of them that I can get. So, and just looking at these screenshots, it looks stunning.
Well, let's talk about another new developer that came into the scene, but they shouldn't be unfamiliar to you. It's Virtua Via 360 with Train Sim World's first Portuguese route. This is coming along very well. So if you've never heard about this, we are going to Portugal. This is a Verticus licensed route, and it's going to be dense and busy as you go into Lisbon. You're going to be across the Tagus on the 25 de Abril bridge.
Wait for this one.
It's 25 there. It's a bit English of me. And then you're going into a very different landscape as you go south of the river and eventually reaching Setúbal. And we've got some wonderful images, and we've been sharing some wonderful images and progress from the team over the last year. But one thing I just want to say for everyone here as well watching the roadmap, we recently had a chance to bring these devs into our offices, and they are so passionate. They are really wonderful people that really truly just want to deliver the best they can. And they do a lot of this work on top of other day jobs. This is like their hobby on top. It's their passion that drives them forward. And it's quite a big team. And one of the best things
GTA,
is they've been working with Verticus as well. And they were just saying how they were getting into the sheds with the trains, and they were able to get really good access to the models for reference images, for sounds, just to really give you that experience, I think. Again, when you bring a new country into Train Sim World, you've not really got anything you can compare it to, because you're building some of the most high quality simulation for a new country that comes with new safety systems, new environments, new scenery. But they're doing a really great job, and they're really great people. And I'm so lucky to have met some of the team, and we've been talking a little bit about some fun things on the side. I'm not going to say it on stream because it will make the chat go crazy, but we've been talking about some fun things that Matt, we've been in emails, conversations about. So we'll come to that later down the line. But can I just say, the Virtua Via 360 devs, pleasure to meet you when you were in offices, and I'm so excited about this release.
It's fantastic, and yeah, it was really good to meet the team. They talked us through some of the stuff they've done. The safety system that's on the train is interesting. It's going to be quite fun to learn that. While they were over here, we actually took the opportunity to get the build cut on Xbox and give an Xbox build a try, because they hadn't had a chance to try that at this point. And they've been very, very conscious, and they're focused on performance side of it. But you never really know until you try these things. They're ramped so well. And that's amazing for a first build on console. So it's full credit to the team. They're putting a lot of work into not just the depth, but also the technical detail side of it as well. So big shout out for that. This should be really interesting.
And DJ Lima in chat, don't say it too loudly, otherwise everyone will catch on. But it's a really exciting route, and I would say check out our roadmap article. Again, the article has much more information, and we're going to be able to speak to you today on the stream. But there's an in-depth interview with their team, and they talk about how they've been building the assets. And again, like the bridge you're going to be going on as you go into Lisbon is about 60 meters up. And when you're going 60 meters up into a city as busy as Lisbon, there are so many buildings, so many objects. I think they said something near 250,000 different assets they're trying to load. They're trying to balance the performance. So that's definitely a challenge, but they want to make it as detailed as they can. So they're willing to attempt the challenge and bring you just something that feels truly authentic. But that's enough from Portugal. So if you're excited, again, check it out on our roadmap. But we're going to head over to the US. This should be a familiar sight, but with some brand new images from the Southern Pacific Airlines Hayden branch from High Iron Simulations. If you love freight, if you love getting super down with the awesome heavy hauling locos you get across the US, then get ready, because this is a true tough railroading, desert, western scenery, open pit copper mines, smelters. This is going to be fun. This is tough. This is gritty. You're going to get grades of up to 2%, and you get track speeds of up to 30 miles an hour, but you're going to get 20 miles of route between Ray and Hayden with the Southern Pacific Electromotive GP35 diesel road switcher, as well as the Southern Pacific C30-4 bay window steel caboose as well. So you get a lot of awesome stock, and this is just going to be fun. I mean, again, you're moving copper ore to the smelters, copper ore out. It's a real true heart of the railroad, and I want to give a shout out to Gary from High End Simulations. In some of our past roadmaps, we've talked a little bit about the inspiration and the research they've done on this part of the track to really bring it to life. And I want to give a huge credit, and I would recommend anyone who's interested in this release to get into some of those old articles that we've written now and explore it, because there's a lot of research, there's a lot of authenticity, there's a lot of love and passion they've done to recreating this and making it really feel like a great experience. And again, Train Sim World 7 layering on that extra element of freight, this should be really fun. Is there anything you want to add on this one, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it in the past. I'm definitely excited for this one. I love what Hyana are doing. It's their first route, and they've done really well on their first 2 packs. So it's I'm excited to see where this one goes. And, it's kind of gameplay that I quite like generally. So and just look at the visuals, stunning is that.
Okay, and we're gonna keep going because we've still got so much more to come. Let's talk about something that I know a lot of you were giving us questions about, and I want to shout out to Dan from All Aboard Studios here. So if you're a fan of All Aboard Studios and they've had some wonderful releases for UK fans, then you're gonna like this, because this is the Freightliner Class 70 and the Wascosa MLA wagon from their team, and this is more UK freight hauling power, and this is gonna be fun. I mean, we joke about the Class 66, but it's time for the 70s reign, and it looks amazing. Can I give a props to the screenshots that you've sent us as well from All Aboard, because these look great. But they're close to the finish line. They're working really hard on this, so we haven't given a release date for it yet, but for everyone who's been asking over the last couple of days, where's the Class 70? It's coming. It's in development, and it's coming fast. So get ready, because this is going to have a really wonderful level of detail. You get a fully operational cab, interactive displays, interactive systems. You get a fully authentic startup procedure, and basically almost every switch, lever, and control has been brought to life. And that really feels like a strong motto from their team to really add that level of detail. And the best thing yet, they've also confirmed that the Class 70 will be supported in the Airedale and Wharfdale lines timetable from release, which is even better. So again, we haven't confirmed a release date yet, but when it does come out, it will have that extra support for the Airedale network, but also it will add in some timetable services to the Midland Main Line, to the West Coast Main Line services as well, to the Mildmay Line extension, which will come up and we'll talk about next, to Thames Valley branches, and of course, Birmingham to Shrewsbury. Again, we'll talk about that in a moment. But you've got so many timetables this layers on, and again, I think it's a really strong motto from Dan from All Aboard to get this into as much UK content as possible. So this is really hype. For everyone asking, when is it coming? I can't give you a date, but it is coming soon. So get ready, because this is really awesome. And of course, we've added it to the roadmap graphics. So I think that was missing before, but it's there now. Now, I'm going to switch back to the camper a moment for this. I've got a very special shout out to give to Johannes from Incredible Trains. I hope you can see that. He gave me a t-shirt. I had a chance to meet him in office, and he made some t-shirts. Shout out Johannes. I wanted to wear the Train Sim World 7 one, of course, for today, but I also wanted to kind of double up and bring this on. So I'll kind of give you a shout out, because this is a very comfy t-shirt as well. I've already worn it and washed it once. Of course, we've got to talk about the Mildmay Line extension, and I've got to find where it is on my list of the various tabs in my outliner. It was below the 70. Here we go. So we've only got a couple images, but this, if you haven't heard about it, the Mildmay Line, I mean, what an absolute route. This was Johannes is a solo developer when he came into the scene with Train Sim World, and we talked a lot about that, and that was a wonderful journey, and there was loads of interviews with Johannes. Absolutely incredible, super passionate developer, really wants to layer in the detail, and he was living in and around London and taking in a lot of that reference. And so we had a wonderful release of the Mildmay Line, and it's one of my favorite routes. I even did a time-lapse video with the delivery on the side. Anyway, that released. What wonderful stuff that was, except he wanted to do more. He didn't want to leave it there. So he is committed, and he is coming fast with a free update to the Mildmay Line that adds an extension to Richmond. And he's also laid in brand new optimization work, an additional livery for the included Class 350 in the Southwest Trains livery. And that's will represent the Class 450 to do AI services around Richmond. Not only that, but he's also added an extremely cool feature that we featured on one of our last roadmaps, so be sure to check that out, of in-cab working CCTV screens that's enabled through the expert settings menu. Just going extremely far, going above and beyond to bring you new things that you've never seen before in Train Sim World. So he's saying the progress is coming along extremely well. Again, we don't have a release date for this yet, but But just know that Johannes is working really hard on this. It is still coming. There are still progress to be had. And again, I think for everyone asking, don't worry. It's not been forgotten about. It's on the roadmap graphic. And again, huge props to Johannes, because I know from meeting you in person, I know how passionate you are, and I really hope everyone loves it when it comes out. So show Johannes some love, and again, he's working really hard on it, and we'll give you a date as soon as we
I'll be
can.
playing that to fuck around.
Matt, do you want to add anything?
I mean, this has always been a favourite route of mine in Train Sim Classic, and it's I'm really happy it's being extended to the end. I know Johannes knocked it out of the park. His Tim's branches route was just
really good.
And he's brought all that attention to detail to this route. You got the power changeover now on the route, and this finishes the line. So I think it's what everybody's been asking for, and Johannes has, like I said, he's knocked it out of the park. He's done a fabulous job with it. So I'm super excited for that one to be coming out. And as you say, it's not far off now.
And again, Liam's buddy in the chat, will it be free for people who already own the route, but even in past editions? Yes, as long as you can get your entitlement across the latest edition or whatever edition you're playing in. The extension will be released in TSW7, but as long as you can carry the entitlement across, then yes, it will be a free update. It's a free update that it's been working really hard on. Again, we're going to show Johannes some serious love here, so absolute props, and we'll keep you updated when there is some more news to share on the release date. But just hold tight, it's coming. So we've covered off. I'll show this image on screen. We've covered off a lot of the stuff that's coming post-release. We talked about that a little bit before. We've obviously talked a little bit about the Class 70 and the Marble Island extension just now. What's next? Well, we had a wonderful Take a Ticket show. We hope you loved it. There were some real big highlights in this. And again, these are coming from a mixture of some of our team, as well as also some of the most favorite and wonderful third-party developers, as well as some brand new developers on the scene as well. So we're going to dive into these, but we hope you enjoyed the Take a Ticket section. So we do have some screenshots. We're going to start with Birmingham to Shrewsbury. Now, we've already talked a little bit about All Aboard Studios, but we're going to come back to them with a brand new route. And this is something that I'm extremely passionate about. Again, it's got a wonderful section in the roadmap. I'm going to keep calling it out because I can't always do it justice from just my voice. But this is a 42-mile route between Birmingham, New Street, and Shrewsbury. I mean, can I just say I lived in Birmingham for a little bit, so I'm also extremely passionate about seeing some of this recreated in real life. But you're going to get notable landmarks like RAF Cosford or Shrewsbury Castle. There's a wonderful photo coming up in just a moment, as well as the Shifnal Viaduct. You're going to be able to explore Shrewsbury. You're going to get a complex junction station with runaround and shunting movements, as well as regional, local, and freight traffic. And then you also, with the loco on the route, you'll get the Transport for Wales Class 158 DMU across 9 stations from Wolverhampton, Shrewsbury, including Cosford and Telford Central. Again, I hope you're enjoying these wonderful images. And one thing I really want to highlight from, again, from Dan from All Aboard Studios, so shout out to you. But when I was speaking to him in person just recently in our offices, he's extremely passionate about bringing a higher level of detail to the scenery, to the environment, to the immersion. And he's also been speaking really closely with people like Johannes, for example. And I know Johannes has been able to bring that with some of his work too. And they're really focusing on that. So this is a 42-mile route, but you can expect the scenery to really be be quite stunning and quite something to look forward to.
The problem is with this is that they
especially New Street. We've got a little bit of teasing else, but I'm extremely passionate about seeing how this comes along in the next few months. And we'll keep you updated.
People want this
before we move on, it's also worth noting it's a brand new one, but it's not from a different developer. They've made their own.
So
a brand new class, a brand new Transport for Wales Class 158. There is a lot of detail in here. I mean, I think we've got a couple images coming up we've got a little shot of it here, but we've got a closer image as well. I just kind of skipped past. We've got a little bit of the shot of the internal as well. But I think just the focus here from All Aboard really is on the detail. Make it feel like it's something that everywhere you look has got that high level of fidelity that you want. But there you go, that's Birmingham Shrewsbury. I hope you're excited. But there was another UK route. There were quite a few UK routes, but I want to focus on something from a brand new developer. And again, I'm going to call it out. You're gonna get a little bit sick of me, but there's an interview with their team on the roadmap. Really recommend you check it out because you really get a sense of what they're here to do, what they want to bring to Train Sim World. But what are they bringing? Well, it's the Atlantic Coast Parton Newquay route. So this is a Cornish route. You're going to go coast to coast. You're going to get GWR passenger services. You're going to get 20 miles and 7 new stations between Par and Newquay. You're going to get the GWR Class 150 as well as a new JIA China clay wagon. And you're also going to be enjoying the Fowley branch line between Loftwithel and Fowley Harbour for layered freight gameplay as well. And we've got some wonderful...
Sorry, I've got to correct you there. Sorry, it's Foy.
Foy, yeah. Sorry, yeah, okay, Foy. I think New Key threw me off when I first announced this as well. I think I was reading it as like New K or something. I apologize. Some of the wording in the UK is harder than it is in Germany. Okay, the Foy branch line. But this is going to be really exciting. And folks, can I just say, this is a brand new developer from Brass Can Games. So I really want you to try and show them some love. They've got new socials. They're going to be talking about the development. And again, I would just try and connect with the team. If this is something that excites you, learn about why they wanted to bring this and really find that out, because it is a wonderful new route. And we've got some brilliant work in progress screenshots to show. And I think it was quite an exciting release. And again, we get to go to a part of the UK that we don't often explore in Train Sim World. So I'm really excited. Speaking of excited, who likes rail-jets? I think there was quite.
I don't think anyone's interested in rail-jets, to be perfect.
We'll just
wasn't anybody asking for it.
We don't have any screenshots to show. I apologize. I know a lot of you are begging for it, but we do get to announce it. It's from TSG. It's an expert level project. And I know a lot of you, I'm hoping a lot of you are excited by that. But if you don't know what that means, essentially it's TSG's third expert project where they bring the capabilities of the simulation to the absolute limit, to the absolute maximum, and give every possible aspect of detail, including real faults, including just random extra levels of simulation you wouldn't even think. Is there smoke on the screen if you've got all the doors closed and it's hot inside and it's cold outside? You've got such a high level of simulation. When you play this, it should just feel great. And it's a similar in scope to the Expert 101 and the Expert BR 145. And what we can say is that you're going to be able to travel along Vorarlberg, Semmeringbahn, as well as Rosenheim, Salzburg to Rosenheim, with the Taurus and Generation 1 train sets with the OBB Railjet. And included will also feature the UBB Class 1116, as well as the first and second class coaches and bistro wagon. This is exciting. I know a lot of you are very keen on the Railjet. Some of you even seem just as keen for the Railjet as you did for the IC4. So this is exciting.
No, it has probably been asked for even longer than the IC4, to be honest. Particularly since we did the first Austrian route a while ago. I think that was when it started becoming a popular request. So I have seen some screenshots of it, and I know the team are knocking it out of the park, as you would expect them to do all the time. There are some really beautiful screenshots, and I think as soon as they've been through the relevant approvals, it'd be good to get those out to people. But so more info will be forthcoming, and the team have been working super hard to get stuff to you sooner rather than later. So look forward to that. But it's however good you would expect TSG to be delivering something like the Railjet, that's what you should expect.
I mean, can I also just say it's got like one of the coolest train names like of all time, the Railjet. Yeah. I mean, it's got hype, folks. I've seen a screenshot as well. I've seen images. It looks great. We're gonna have to wait until next roadmap, but I promise when we get towards October, November, December time, you're gonna be seeing the first look at the Railjet. You're gonna be seeing a little bit of video. Just hold on a little bit longer, but just know that it's coming, and TSG are working hard on it, and they're gonna put it to the absolute maximum with the expert tier. So I'm glad we've seen a lot of hype for this, and make sure to show TSG a lot of love because, they definitely treat you right, I think, for a lot of the Austrian and German content. Okay, well, what else are we doing? We still got more tickets. We've announced something from our own team, and again, we don't have any screenshots for this one just yet, but this is the NJ Transit Bergen line, which I've also seen a lot of love for from the US players as well. And this is a diesel-only, scenic, action-packed journey out of Hoboken. You're going to get the new GP40 PH2B diesel locomotive, as well as brand new Comet 5 stock with the Comet car and the Comet trailers. Matt, I know you've been working on this a little bit closer than I have, than I've seen. Can you tell me a little bit about the Bergen line?
Yeah, so the Bergen line, we were keen to do, sort of looking at NJ Transit. We've done the line down to Trenton, which is mainline Northeast Corridor. We got the Out 46. Then we did the Morristown line, where you got the Aero 3s and the Out 45 DPs. And it's all electric. And NJ Transit run diesel-only lines as well. This is the Bergen line is one of those diesel-only lines. It's quite a busy line. Runs from Hoboken up to Sutton via Secaucus. Yeah, it's interesting. So with the GP40, so it's another brand new, even though a lot of American trains are called the same thing, but actually they are different models. They are built from scratch every single time, because while they look similar, there's actually tons of detail and variation differences in them. So yeah, they've got the GP40 PH 2B being built for it, and then the we've only ever done the double deckers, the multi-level cars, and NJ Transit. So this is a great opportunity to get single deck cars in with the cab cars and the Comet 5s. Again, I think it'd be quite a different experience, even though it's NJ Transit. It's not like any of the other NJ Transit routes at all. And you'll depart out of Hoboken, immediately turn north up to Secaucus, and then out into the countryside. By the time you're up to past the Wildwick, I think it is, it sort of starts becoming, you're in the trees. So it's a really interesting line. And there was actually a really good workshop route done by somebody that I ran actually a long time ago on one of my streams. It's a good way to sort of experience it. Brilliant job of that route in Transient Classic. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Bergen line and what it brings for variety.
Yeah, for Hux in the chat as well, we'll bring you the screenshots soon. Obviously, we're still working on it. Again, when we're talking through some of the take a ticket content, now we're looking a little bit further beyond launch, into the kind of next year as well. But you'll be hearing more, and we'll be sharing more when we have it soon. So just stay tuned. There is one more that we don't have screenshots for that's also coming from us. And why don't we dive into it next? This is Amsterdam to Den Haag. Now, this is also a highly requested route, and hey, has anyone been asking for more Dutch content? Again, is there anyone in chat that wants this? Of course there is. I'm kidding, of course. We're going back to the Netherlands, folks. And this is coming from our team as well. Again, no screenshots to share just yet, but there will be soon. But you're going to get a chance to visit the heart of Amsterdam through the historic city of Leiden until you reach the capital at Den Haag, or perhaps you branch down to the coastal town of Zandervoort through the Netherlands' iconic Tulip County. Yes. I think I said capital at Den Haag. I think political capital is a little bit better. But you're going to get an NSVIRM, I hope I'm saying that right, locomotive featuring double-decker passenger sets. Thank you as well for that, Matt. And if you own Zwolle Groningen, which was our first adventure into the Netherlands, you also get the SNG Sprinter EMU from that included. So you don't need to own it, but if you have played on the SNG Sprinter, you're going to get that with this as well. Folks, we're going back to the Netherlands. There's already hype in the chat. This is going to be exciting. And again, Matt, I'll probably ask, how's the development coming along? How are you feeling about this route?
I mean, it's just starting on this one. It's coming along well. I remember when we were researching after how well Zwolle went down, we were looking at. We knew that even when we did Zwolle, Amsterdam, I think out to Den Haag was kind of the other route we were looking at the time. So with how well the Zwolle Groningen route went, it was kind of like, well, we have to do this one now. So we started looking at this route. Just to be clear, there are multiple routes between Amsterdam and Den Haag. This is the one out via Haarlem, because that's the Haarlem is the big junction where you go west for Zandvoort and south to Den Haag. So it's but what's different about this compared to Zwolle is kind of a more countryside, high speed, and does few stops out in the countryside. This is deep city stuff. This is much more city commuter type stuff, obviously with Amsterdam there as well. So it's it's really interesting route. It's very different style of gameplay, and some people, I know some seen comments saying we should have the SLT. We'd love to. We need to. We've got the Verm is sort of the big new train we're doing for this one, and then we'll think about whether we know when and how the best time to bring the SLT is. But we could only bring one or the other in this time around, and I think the Verm has got a clock ticking on it, so we wanted to make sure we got that one all captured. And it's also the Verm has got such an iconic, long-standing look. So yeah, that's kind of the path we've chosen to go down that route, and I'm super excited for our next trip to the Netherlands.
And this is, I mean, again, like, I think this was one of the highlights from seeing the news from the direct. But yeah, folks, I hope you're really excited. Again, we will share screenshots when we have them. Again, it's a little early in development, but don't worry, we'll be sharing more and it'll be coming across pretty quickly, I think. So stay tuned.
Sorry, Paul. The people asking about the couple upper, it layers in. So if you've got a Swallow, then the ICM couple upper is playable on all this.
Perfect. I mean, we should have added that to the graphic, but there you go. Yeah, I'm excited about this. I mean, I can really just relate and get onto the hype wagon that everyone's sharing. But we've still got some more, and I'm really excited about this next one. We're going to go back to the UK for a bit of a remaster. Folks, I hope you've been asking for it. Well, I know you have been, actually. I'm lying. You've been asking for this. It's the #1 voted UK remaster on our surveys. It's the Northern Transpennine Remastered from a brand new developer, Pixel Punk Studios. Now, there's kind of a couple things coming with this. Not only is it the Northern Transpennine Remastered, which is the UK route that you know and love, brought to the highest standards, a major scenery overhaul, towns and cities such as Dewsbury, Huddersfield, Batley have been rebuilt, lighting upgrades, think Todd 4, think new lighting. If you're on PC, think enhanced lighting. BR Heavy Freight Pack updated, rolling stock upgrades, the latest standards, suspension, weather effects, track shadow upgrades, trackside foliage, clutter, all updated. Even better, Pixel Punk are also working on a brand new Class 37-0 pack, which is perfectly timed because it's just come on screen, which is a separate add-on alongside the remaster with the intention to release and support it. It adds a new timetable that brings the Northern Transpennine route to life with plenty of passenger, empty stock, freight and engineering movements too. And you'll also get unique rail tours that utilize steam and diesel stock at different times of the year. And I think my next couple of slides show that we've also got a new VAA wagon, general purpose goods van with self-weighing capabilities. Also the OBA wagon, which is a drop